Alright, I'm almost here. Just give me a couple more minutes. Okay. Sorry about that. How's everyone doing? Good to see all you. It's me. Howdy. So yeah, sorry for the longer starting soon. It did give me an idea though. So, because I do have that incentive offered by Twitch for the month of July. If I run a certain amount of ads and stream a certain amount of hours, I get like an extra whole chunk of money. So there's going to be more ads for July, non-subs, just be aware. You can use your monthly Prime if you have an Amazon account linked to your Twitch to get around that. That supports me. Or you can subscribe normally, or you can just wait out the ads, knowing that it helps me out. So there's going to be more of those. What I'll probably do is, at the start of every stream, we'll do a longer starting soon. I'll try to start a little bit earlier, but we'll do a longer starting soon so I can run an extra manual ad, which will remove some of the ads, or delay some of the ads. And as long as I run a certain proportion per hour, I still hit the goal. So keeping you guys updated on that. Other stuff going on. Tomorrow I am doing a giveaway of Outriders World Slayer copy and streaming Outriders. At some point in the next few streams, I just don't quite know when I'm gonna fit this in the schedule. I'm gonna do a giveaway of a few copies of Wonderlands on Steam. Thanks to 2K for that. So that'll be upcoming. But yeah, over the next few streams, lots of stuff to give away to you guys. Wouldn't want to gift to anyone else because you guys are insanely supportive and I think you deserve it. So, with all that out of the way, how's everyone doing? Let me catch up, see who's here. We got New Mexiben, Brucey, Roddy, Ladman, Coralath, Mahoney, Foster, Itsukato, Shay, Cosmic Owl, Jaybridge, David, Kevin, what are you doing? Kevin, come here. We got Cheeky, Control, Kyler, we got Tree, McBain, Twisted Grin, Jester, Brother Matt, Conman, Shag, Penguins, Joey, Dex, Shard Attack, Lopo, Sinju. Hey Sora, is that a new account? Yeah, that has to be a new account. Pointy Toes, Yakumers, Sam Losco, Mackers, Dillweed, Wraithlord. Joined the Discord yesterday. Hey, welcome. Welcome. Good to have you. So, what we're going to be doing today is featured farming. This week's featured run has Nightmare and Banshee. And there's the White Rider and the Vending Machine. I don't know the chest drop yet. Let me know if anyone knows that. I didn't bother to check. So, tell you, Wraithlord. Did I miss you, Wraithlord? Oh, I'm sorry. How you doing, Wraithlord? We're gonna farm the featured a bunch for a bunch of high priority drops. You got Twin Soul from Nightmare. You've got Auto Magic and Banshee and Twister from Banshee. So 3 good drops from that one. And then you've got White Rider from the Vending Machine, whatever's in the chest. So, a lot of that today. I also want to, at some point, knock out some soul farming for DLC 3 stuff, both for this week and prepping for the next 2 weeks. So we'll see if we get around to that, but a lot of feature today. How good is the White Rider? It's one of the best all-around guns in the game. It's a very dependable SMG that will just, like, always put in some amount of work for you. It's great for gun builds, great for dot builds, great for a backup if you need to shoot in a build that's not geared to shooting. White Rider is just one of the best guns in the game. It is very part dependent though. That's the thing. And many of the times where it's been easier to farm have been because of Wastard being in featured. But Wastard is an enemy some people have trouble with. If you were not able to farm Wastard efficiently when he was in the featured, then this is your best alternative, because he's the dedicated drop, but you get one guaranteed in the vending machine at the end of the Chaos Chamber. So, that's another way. Morning, Sen. How you doing? Other part to look on it, besides ×2, lower mag size is more damage. So I have a 25 mag. It can go as low as an 18 mag. The lower the mag, the higher the damage. It can also get crit parts. I do have 2 crit parts on this. 2 10% equal 21%. Welcome to Lands Games math. But it's 2 10% parts, because rounding. But yeah, those are the most important bits. If you get ×2 with a good chaos tier, it's going to be good enough regardless of what else is on it. It's very hard to make it not good from that point. But you can get, say, a ×1 with a low mag and good crit parts, and it'll still be very good. But Dead stayed up all night watching GDQ. I was going to stay up for GDQ. I didn't manage to. It's the best White Rider build, you think? I get a lot, don't know which to get rid of. Best White Rider build. You mean roll for the gun, or like build to use it on? Because build to use it on is just like any build that wants to shoot a gun for damage loves the White Rider. It's just a good gun. In terms of parts, you'd look for ×2, 18 mag, with as much crit as possible, I guess. Or Rider doesn't get play the angles if your build's centered around that. That's something to note, yeah. That would be one of the very few things White Rider isn't very good at. Also, it can be awkward hitting the crit spots of certain larger enemies. There's a bit of a trick to it, but yeah. Is this a featured? It is. Bad wording, looking at parts. You answered it earlier right before reading my comment. Oh, okay. Okay. Got an Ascended Donkey last night from the bunnies. It's very good. Let's go, Cheeky. That's sick. Ascended Donkey. That sounds like a good time. Yeah, now that we don't have extra Chaos Tiers looming over our heads, I'm probably more likely to farm for some ARs to really give them a good shot. Is that an AR? In my hand? No, this is a pistol. This is a Scalawag. It is a non-unique Skulldugger pistol. I'm using it because it's got a blade, 25%, and it's got melee crossbolts. Melee crossbolts are a huge, huge, huge damage multiplier for any melee build in this game. Whether that's a swing sword melee build, whether that's a stab-o-matic melee build, whether that's a Executioner's Blade melee build, Ghost Blade, Dreadwind, doesn't matter. Melee crossbolts are amazing, and if you're not using them, you are just ignoring damage. Hey Ivan, how you doing? Try to get times 2 Thunder Anima, it's at least volatile or better. I think I picked up a good Primordial Thunder Anima. I've got to figure out what I want to do with it exactly. Hey, Budrocker, thank you for continuing the sub for Meow and Purr. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I am trying to, this month, I believe in being honest with you guys about this kind of stuff, I'm trying to get that bag this month, as it were. I'm trying to make July a good, like, income month for me. Living on streamer money ain't always easy. So there's gonna be more ads and sponsors and things like that. I hope you guys continue to support through that. I would appreciate it. And every sub and gift sub and stuff does help me towards that goal. I'm trying to test that thing out. Do some positive life stuff. What did I miss yesterday? Good feature, Mr. Adblock. We're doing the feature card now. Nightmare and Banshee with White Rider and the Vendor.
This I swear, you will fall. My conscience is clean, villain.
Warning, Natas? Please tell me how to say your name. I'm so terrible with names, and I've not had enough coffee to turn on my brain cells yet. Hang on. Hey, lad, man. Thank you for the 200 bits. I appreciate that. That was a long way. Thank you. I want to do full battery stuff, but it's just in that boat of it doesn't scale. Full battery was behind at C20 in terms of damage dealing, and we're way past the point where that's an acceptable loss. How's the farm today? What are we looking for? We're looking for Twin Souls, Banshees, Auto Magics, White Riders, and Twisters. All of those are in the featured this week, Doc. Morning, Tenor. How you doing? Got a good Primordial White Rider, rolled the enchant I wanted before hitting 4K. Let's go. Just seeing what the time frame on activating these actually is. Doing some science as we play. Been here so consistently each morning that even without the push notification on, I got notifications through Sirius suggestion. Wow, Fatal. That actually means a lot to me. Thank you for supporting so consistently. That means a lot to me. Twitch notifications suck, so if your other notifications are doing better, LOL Twitch. But that also means you're, like, here often. That means a lot to me. I'm the same way with, like, a couple of, streams I watch. I just always watch regardless of if it tells me if they're live or not, because I just know they are. I'm really killing some melee speedruns. I chose not to go fast on that one, honestly, J-Bridge. I could have just used From the Shadows and shot a gun for Executioner's Blade. Or I could switch to Ghost Blade. It's even technically possible to, when Nightmare's on the left side, it's still possible to melee. Because you can climb up, and if you have a greatsword, you can jump and make contact. It requires a little parkour, but you can do it. So, out of all the spots Nightmare can teleport to, only 2 of them are actually unreachable with melee. So, the back one and the right one. And even then, you have the other ranged options. The other melee ranged options, I should say. Morning, Zach. How you doing? Back for more today. Really enjoying your content, learn a lot from it. Hey, that means a lot to me to hear. I'm glad you're having a good time. Glad I can make the game interesting. Yet, keep it fun. That's always been a goal of my content. I want to, like, tell you guys about weird shit in these games, but make it funny, I guess. So, glad to hear that's working. I don't think there's any builds out there that play exactly like this one does, so I'm proud of that too. This started from Sen being inspired by a build I'd made in Borderlands 3, and then we just kind of went back and forth and it got interesting as we tossed ideas. It's also proof that you can absolutely do tank builds at C50 still. You just need to be particular about how you do them. Like, this is a tank build. I'm rarely taking actual damage that's in danger of killing me. And even when I do, it's very hard for that to actually kill me because I can just heal back up. In fact, I'm so tanky that I'm running the armor that literally hurts me. Because that damage increase is worth it. But it puts me in absolutely no danger whatsoever. Oh yeah, I already forgot. Do these obelisk bosses have any dedicated drops, or are they just Chaos Chamber stuff? Either way is fine. I'm just curious. Taskmaster doesn't, right? Taskmaster's just like a badass. I never even saw the boss. Too much multi-target. So Chaos Chamber drops? Okay. Who are they? Taskmaster and whatever that one was. I didn't see it. I already forgot what it is. Yeah, they're probably some of the mini bosses that don't have daddy drops, which means what they'll drop instead is the stuff that's assigned only to the Chaos Chamber. Which does mean it's easier to get those items in this feature as well. So you can consider things like the Steep Prod, the Sawmill, Blue Cake, I think as well. We had a Blue Cake drop there. Those are Chaos Chamber drops. They don't exist outside of Chamber. So while you can still get them from the bunnies, this is yet another way of getting them. Which is cool. Hey, Alan Per. Are Chaos Trial is going to be the same run from now on, Dragon Lord as final boss? No, it's the same order as 1 through 20. It's just those same runs again on the appropriate difficulty. So, for example, C7 is drill, C17 is drill, and then so is C37, 47. 27, you know, if it's got a 7 in it, it's drill. It's just the same order repeat. Hey Fleece, how you doing? Good to see you. You can do exclamation point Chaos Trials, the Alan perk, and that'll bring up a screenshot of a list of all of the Chaos Trial bosses in order. Once again, credit to Felicia for that. Absolutely wonderful. Got a little greedy there.
The champion returns to the field.
I was trying to be low effort and not switch to fire there, but I should have switched to fire. It's way slower not to. Element matching. Ugh. Is important. What, in your opinion, is the mechanically most challenging boss from base game? From base game? I'd say Nightmare, just because it's the one I see people have the most trouble with. Because usually Drill and Wastard is as simple as they're not doing enough damage. But then Nightmare will be they're just not dodging attacks. Not a bad start. Good enchant for a White Rider, but it's only ×1. It's the biggest possible mag size, unless those go up to 45. It's either 35 or 45. Pretty sure 35 is max though. And we got no crit parts. So this is a good example of parts I don't want. Good Chaos tier means good base damage, and we got good enchant. But the grip is wrong, the mag is wrong, the accessory is wrong. Also, is that a 4x scope? No, thank you. We're gonna wait 20 seconds for that to roll over. You know what the chest item is yet? I don't. Bonking White Rider. Nightmare's total knowledge check? Yeah. Seems like if you want to be effective with Banshee melee, you want big hits Banshee rather than quick hits Twin Soul. Would you say that's accurate? Yeah, that's probably accurate. And you would need really bonkers amount of healing sustain to stay in range longer. Now, potentially, J-Bridge, if you had enough swing speed, you could get away with fast hits because Vampire tanking. Especially if you're doing split health ward tanking. But, yeah. Alright, yeah, this one rolled a better mag. Oh, this is a perfect example. Perfect example. It rolled a better mag, and then I think I rolled an extra damage part elsewhere. So it's not much lower than the primordial one we had. That's how big the part variance on a White Rider is. The damage difference in terms of base damage is not large between this non-chaotic and that primordial, which is a difference of 6 levels. 6. Part variance. It's volley again? Okay. 3rd week of volley, huh? C50 and my #1 spell is Triple Ice Spike Simple Cast last night from Vending Machine. In all places got an Ascended. Let's go, Grasshopper. That's sick. Congrats. My best Ice Spike I also got from a vending machine. Non-chaotic. Hey, Cheese. How you doing? Speaking of non-chaotic, I saw Cheese wrecking some C50 bosses, even with a non-chaotic headcanon. That gun is sick if you haven't used it. Daily reminder that people saying you can only use pixies in this game are just wrong. Ascended ×2 White Rider from the machine yesterday. What's the damage on that look like? Usual suspect. Had 2 Primordial White Riders and been using the one with higher damage, so we talked about the ×2 the other day. I realized the one I wasn't using was ×2. Yeah, ×2 is a huge damage output difference. It's very subtle. They don't really advertise. I remember, I think it was like 430 maybe. That sounds right, because max damage for a ×1 Primordial is like 4 something, I think. So, yeah, Ascended being higher, that would make sense. Ascended ×2 goes up to 440. Yeah, that sounds right. Headcanon's awesome as long as you can score crits. Right, but people still like spreading the falsehood that there's not a lot of options in this game. There just are. Headcanon's amazing. Like BL3 Echo versus Jacob. It's a Torque. But it feels like a Jacob's Black Powder. ILC Wicked indeed. Best Ascended thus far is an Ascended Blazing Calamity. Mine would be either my Ascended Barrel Maker or my Ascended Calamity Armor. Moonfire, but better. Yeah, Moonfire vibes for sure. Alright, time for my bad melee weapon luck to continue. Drink some water every time Quag gets a primordial mage staff. And I finally got a primordial salt and battery, but of course it's, again, non-elemental. Seriously, drink some water every time I get a primordial mage staff. You will be hydrated for life. Ascended Twin Soul. Archmage Echo. Medium swing speed. That's what, the second lowest swing speed roll? Still, a Twin Soul breaking 1k base damage is interesting enough. I'll drop that one and replace it when I get a better one. I also didn't do any inventory management. Is that 2 different primordial mage staves here? Yeah, it is. Probably pay attention to manufacturers. Understandable. Ascended Cryo, Gyre from a Frostwalker, but things hits hard. I need to actually try to build around that. Alright, let's clear some stuff out. Ooh, I have a great bow here I can shoot. I don't need that pan because I got a better one. Put away the twister. Put a salt and battery. Okay. Knockoff Maggie. I'd say it's better than a Maggie. Maggie doesn't have any legendary effect, like no red text effect other than is Jacob's, whereas Pookie's has an ammo refund mechanic, while also having better proportional damage to endgame content. It's better. Pookie's Chew Toy is better than the Maggie. I was in Outriders Land yesterday, House Feudor second form. More bullet heli. It seems to be polarizing. I love it because I like bullet hell mechanics, and like, I don't know, maybe there's a bit of a masochistic thing to it. But I've seen some other people aren't the biggest fan. Understandably, it's not for everyone. I did successfully sell that, right? No, I didn't. Is it Maggie effect an extra pellet? I guess, technically, but that's just, like, a part, so I'm not really considering that. It's not, like, an active thing, but I guess. Whereas Pookie's Chew Toy gets a chance to refund ammo on crit. Which is more potential hits.
Magic time!
Thought all masters with ×5 that weren't Maggie memory might be bad. That sounds correct, but keep in mind that Maggie's damage was not always, like, favorably stacked up against those. After Maggie took its day one hotfix nerf in BL3, for like several months it was weaker than purple mashers despite having an extra projectile, which was amusing. It was a day one hotfix nerf, the weirdest thing. Ow. One of the very few instances my amnesia actually got me killed. I shouldn't have been doing that mantle with that low HP, but... Get a chance to experience pre-day one nerf Maggie? Yeah, anytime my hotfixes didn't load when shift servers were having trouble. They did eventually buff it to be stronger than what it was before the nerf. So for a while Maggie was pretty popular after they kind of restored it, and then some. And then it slowly tapered off from there, but never quite got to the point where it was worse than purples again. Hey, Hellrider. How you doing? Kitten's Bomb, good to see you. Maggie on CCC Zane was my way of coping with Green Tree Zane. That was one of the few Zane builds that actually got me, like, interested in Zane at all. CCC Zane was enjoyable. And then the Sea and Dead Nation attacked. And then it never left because Sea and Dead got phased out pretty quickly, but it didn't stop people from latching on. Parts make the gun. 9-year-old son C36 is playing with me 2 days ago. Got a Primordial White Rider, damage is 440. Crazy high, much better than my Primordial, which is 420. Blaze it. To be honest, even legendaries don't have to be that OP. It's enough when they're slightly stronger than purples. Extra effect, not like 600% stronger in my opinion. No, I agree with that. I think it's better game design when a legendary is unique in its gameplay, rather than just an upgrade to a purple, stats-wise. That's why things like the Perceiver don't interest me, because it does have an effect, but in practice you use it exactly like a regular gun with no real way of doing anything with that. That's why I don't use auto magic much either, because if you don't use the tracker darts, it's just kind of gun. But I do want auto magics too. That's something Wonderlands did a lot better than Borderlands games in terms of weapon design in most cases, in my opinion. There's just things that have a strong identity. And a lot of the balance changes they've done to items have been in the name of giving them more identity. That's not just guns either, it's spells too. For example, they gave Inflammation a bunch more spell charges. You can hold Flamethrower for longer. Neuron Activation. They gave Shadowfire a really good dot. Just identity changes. Auto magic is the not Atlas weapon? Yeah. I don't know if that's CCC Zane. Oh, the Slam Zane build? Yeah, no, not the same, but I made my pet Zane setup with the ground slams out of being a contrarian. There's once again people spreading the lie that BL3 didn't have build diversity, and I was like, okay, bet. I'll take the gun character and not use gun. And then I had world records for a while. I think I'm still in like 3rd place for most of those categories. It took people getting completely optimized competitive setups on the strongest of Zane builds, that being Hustler Eraser and Lucky 7. It took those to beat out my fucking contrarian meme. Which is just a testament to good game design in modern Lands games in regards to build diversity.
Hold back! Strike through!
This game's the same way. You can do a lot of creative stuff. You're a cat. You are a cat. I agree with that. Like to see more slam mechanics? Me too. said BL3 no build diversity, only played Revolting for Radical. Not even that. They quit a year and a half before that stuff came out. And invented stuff to justify it to themselves. Is that a double roll for cooldown? Or is that one roll? No, there's no way double roll... There's no way that's not a double roll. Primordial, action skill cooldown, 62%. That's interesting. Hi, cat. I guess it's a cat stream now. Cat. Pro tip, make sure you kill these wall wraiths on your way out of the nightmare room. It is more crystals. Amulet's meh. I'm at the cat, the nice one. Yeah. You aren't taking that? Taking what? Pop those guys after the fight? You can! Ball cooldown? Alright, I did take it. It's in my inventory. Took it before I spawned those enemies. Add more slam mechanics and make Feral Surge count as a slam. I mean, I don't think they can make Feral Surge count as a slam. Because then they'd have to change its source of ability. Which I'd be fine with, but that would make its damage less. Less ways to boost it. Those guys are there at all. Yeah, those buttons are there to give you enemies to death save off of in the fight, but they don't turn off once the fight is over. It's not right away. Hey, Pragmatic, how you doing? Figure I'll learn the skulls in this map because it's a slow one. Alright, where's that one? Oh, it's in there. Okay. Helpful barrel. Yeah, when in doubt, if you can't find a skull ever, just blow shit up. It's very impactful. Primordial Rogan. Sure. Kind of want to do something with that. Hey, Primordial Sword Explosion. Kind of want to do something with that now that we have Fealty Oath. Because I figure if you get enough fire rate and reload speed on a Rogan, it could be funny. Yeah, we are close to that threshold for suffering. That the gun that shoots wyverns at reload? Yes, that's the one. King Archer. Yeah, I keep forgetting it's King Archer. Doubling down. I'm doubling down. And climbing tier is my dead shot, mainly because I started by accident. I'm a C37 right now. Nice. Thought of the jackpot, having Rogan with the FTS reload champ without reload boost aren't really gaining much. Yeah, you still need a lot of reload speed to benefit from that. Though I do like that combination a lot for my Mist Dancer. Maybe that'll be something I do as I chaos climb with it. Get set up with that, some extra reload speed and whatnot. Time I start prepping everyone to stop at 99% of the goal. You're sick, Chris. You're sick. Here goes nothing. I don't know what's happening. Whatever it is, New Mexican, it's probably a funny shitpost, but I'm proud of you. I feel like I missed some context. I probably missed a message. Suspense is terrible, I hope it lasts. Why are you like this? Windows 11 upgrade? Ah, I've heard mixed things. Yeah, good luck with that. Let me know how that goes. Hey Gage, how you doing? Generally speaking, Script 420, going into people's Twitch chats and talking about deaths of people is just kind of considered bad, in case you didn't know. Throwable hole's been slapping things, used to kill Vorkanars, like, wait, I have a throwable hole? Yeah, yeah, I really like throwable hole against Vorkanar as well. I guess I'll use that. if I get the appropriate enchant on my Fire Banshee, this will be pretty comfy. Dumb question. Does Ghostblade have a hard time hitting Banshee? Is my build just bad? I've not had problems hitting Banshee with Ghostblade. It could be build, it could very well be hitbox, so this game does occasionally have some interesting hitbox related stuff. Might have to turn off character dialogue for this. Let me do that. Alright, my bad. Yeah, it's all good. Figured I'd just tell you. It's not something people think about the impact of often, so I'm just explaining it. I really need to prune my inventory a bit. That can go. Yes. But because part variance be like what do you see here? So upsetting. That's so sad. LE damage tanks the base damage? No, that's not it being LE damage, that's it also having a low roll. Each... Banshee has 2 potential base damage values it can get for each roll. There's the higher crit chance one, so you lose about 200 base damage, but you gain 1% crit chance, and then there's the other one. That was the low damage roll. Non-LE has higher card value, but it still has the damage range thing. And non-LE is effectively worse in most scenarios because it doesn't get elemental matchups, nor does it get elemental damage boosts. It's like with the same part roll, for example, let me compare two. So it's only difference of a little under 200 damage from fire to non-LE. Same tier. I got a higher crit damage part on this fire one as well, so it still like wins before the element stuff comes in. Found your cat that's been lost? Let's go, Sean. That's awesome. That makes me feel nice. Cat news. Right, cat? Cat. Cat. He's biting me. Please stop devouring my arm. You see that swipe? He was like, no, you better not stop petting me. I know they implement guaranteed enchants after X Castle. They did in BL3. I can't believe they didn't implement that in Wonderlands. The difference is in this game, we do have the ability to add enchants onto non-enchanted items. In BL3, you couldn't even, like, even after Neumann rerolling was put in, you couldn't reroll a non-anointed item. In this game, you can, so they probably figured, we'll use it to pad out the item variance. Arm's his now. Yup. Love everything about Wonderlands but the end game. I'm sorry you have bad taste. Found a spell damage ring with shotgun crit damage, so I need to do a DLC to get a Stabmatic. It doesn't get that thermal. Shouldn't, anyway. It uses melee crit stuff. It's not a gun, remember. Stabmatic is not a gun. It goes in a gun slot and it shoots bullets, but it's not a gun. Ran up to me on a walk today, randomly covered in dirt, looking half the size he did when we lost him. It's crazy. He's gonna be eating good this weekend. Hey, get him checked out if you have to. I'm glad he's okay. I'm glad to hear that. Taste test in case you're not paying attention one day. You see, so Kevin would definitely wait until I died to eat me. So, like, I respect that. I do respect that. I'm dead. I won't care. Like, whatever. Eat me. But Jake wouldn't wait. Jake would be like, oh, you look like you're in a pretty rough spot right now. You mind if I'm just gonna... Okay, I'm just gonna... Kevin would wait. Jake wouldn't. Jake wouldn't even check. If I sleep too long, he'll try to eat me. Is that another Primordial Mage Staff? Of course it is. Of course it is. Did you hear me talking shit, Jake? Is that why you're here? What are you doing? Jake's ready to feast. It's kind of rude of you to expect Jake to eat rotting meat. I suppose. Look at them. Look at them. This is the stream now. This is all we're doing today.
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
If I pet them, they might move. It's homie grooming homies, wholesome stuff. Yeah, I do that with my homies all the time. Hey bro, you had a long day at work. You look tired, you look a little dirty. Let me lick you clean real quick. It's just, you know, friendship. Joel, got a question. All the characters still do no damage for Boston. What do I do? Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea what that question is. So try again. Bossing? That would make sense. Use better guns. What in Boston did you do? Make sure you're matching elements as you need to. So if you're fighting a shield bar, a ward bar, use a good bossing gun that happens to be lightning element. Although keep in mind some bosses have elemental resistances. Drill's got a phase where, 2 different phases where you resist 2 different elements. Salissa resists lightning. That stuff in mind. This ain't Borderlands where bosses just kind of exist to be loot pinatas. Hey Piker, thank you so much for the 1 year. I appreciate it. It goes a long way. Thank you. Thank you so much. Cold Lawn boss and avoid frost elements. Did you know they don't have cars in Boston? Boston ever finished that Big Dig thing? I have no idea. Yeah, they have cats. Steve got it. Steve got it. Craig Bob, let's go. I gotta bring that back. We need an emote slot for that. Maybe I free something up. Slow this build. It's so fun, right, Black Panther? It's just ignite, shoot, and then start swinging. You got enough movement speed, you can just kind of bounce enemy to enemy. It just feels fluid. 69%? Nice. Like you're about to change health values for some BL3 bosses. Hopefully we do that with Wonderlands in the future. Ah, like the events? Yeah, it'd be cool to see. Three inflammation, 3 laser hands, all spellcast ability. Like, please give me spellcast all damage. Why you gotta do me like this? I mean, what's wrong with having spellcast ability? My solution to when Nightmare teleports there is to simply do more damage. Is this thing invincible? Okay, it's gone. Primordial Banshee. With a high damage roll, but it's non-elemental. Again. That's gross. No, that's gross. That's illegal. $11.5 seconds. I'm taking it because it's a crime. Climb until I hit a wall and do featured runs. If you hit a wall, then doing featured run might not be enjoyable if you don't have an answer to the bosses. Nightmare is pretty straightforward and pretty easy damage-wise, but keep in mind that some people do have trouble with Banshee. Make sure you got good fire stuff. Do laser hands? Ah, yeah, laser hand on Banshee. Yeah, you'll be fine then. Just make sure you have good other stuff for Nightmare then, because the inverse is true there. Fire's not super useful against Nightmare. Blast Chill going crazy? No. No Blast Chill in the spec at all. Saw some boomy goodness. Yeah, there's explosions, just not from Blast Chill. We don't need Blast Chill when we got Inflammation, we got Banshee projectiles, we got Barbaload turning everything into a turret. Got Executioner's Blade. We don't need Blast Chill. Dropped an outright pile this morning, sir. I need you to accept this high five immediately. Good, Craig. How are you? Have you been? I've been pretty good. I've been pretty good. Enjoying Wonderlands. DLC 3 is pretty sick. Enjoying I'm messing with builds, optimizing at C50. And, like, I've been enjoying the 2 builds I've been playing at C50 so much that I haven't even done climbs with any of my others yet. I'm still having fun on these. I considered doing a Ghostblade climb today. Maybe we still start that, honestly. But there's so many builds to mess with. I've also been having fun playing Outriders. I'll be streaming that some more tomorrow. Looking forward to doing that. But yeah, things have been good. Things have been good. Outriders, so good. Yeah. They really created more build options. A lot more progression. Like, I've been playing a lot off stream, like a lot. And I'm still only like Apocalypse 22, something like that. Hey, Face, how you doing? Having such a good time doing boss runs and Imelda shows up. Ah, good old Imelda, just ruining your fun. Playing Outriders mainly solos, I recommend to play only with other players. I tend to only play solo. I have played with players, some. But you can enjoy Outriders as a fully solo player, if you like. It is very accessible for solo players. There's exactly one activity in the game that is unfriendly to solo players. And it's okay, because it sucks anyway. It's not fun in co-op either. So, that's it. Literally only one piece of content even tries to get you to co-op. It's fun with friends, but you don't have to. Money might die on Outriders again. I gotta represent Deep Rock Galactic. Nice. I keep forgetting to put it in my title and stuff. I was gonna do it yesterday. Oh, OBS, you okay, homie? Okay. I do have an affiliate link for Outriders World Slayer, if anyone's looking to pick that up. Exclamation point Outriders spits it out. So purchasing through that gets you the full game with the expansion and supports me. I will also be giving away a copy of the game with expansion tomorrow on stream. To Square Enix for enabling both of those things, the affiliate link and the giveaway. One of those things that reminds me how much I love what I do. Because I enjoy the game, and they reached out to me and were like, hey, here's this opportunity. I'm like, absolutely. You fight Feodora in chambers without beating tier 4 of the mirror? Yes. Each form is individually unlocked in the chamber as you defeat it. So if you've beaten Form 1, Form 1 is in the chamber as well. If you've beaten 1 and 2, then both of those are in the chamber as well. Speaking of DLC 3, it was just a new spell that was added Phase 2 Feodora? Yes. You have to be Form 2 to unlock the spell on the wheel? Yes. When the arrow leaves the enemy, the barbed blow, does it damage them? I don't believe so. Yeah, it doesn't. Because I already got a good one, so I don't have to spend any more souls till week 3. Yeah, I want to get some better rolls, so that's why I still have to soul farm. Yeah, sometimes Banshee's hitboxes are weird. Like, very weird. Like, it took that many shots to actually connect with that launcher. Goofy hit Reg, yeah. Oh, Banshee solid wipeout, she's annoying. If you don't have a good outlet of fire damage, I suppose. Yeah, she's pretty straightforward, she's just, insistent, I suppose would be the word I'd use. She's insistent that you actually, like, play ball with the mechanics. The threshold to skip her stuff is a lot higher than that of, say, Celissa. ×2 White Rider, but it's non-chaotic. Awkward. Ascended Thumbsbane. This is pretty good as a melee stat stick, because it's not Skulldugger, so it doesn't get the 25%, but it does get 15% with melee crossbolts. And the burst being of 4 at a fire rate of 9 within the burst means you can apply a lot of bolts very quickly with this. It's not bad. Cat. A lot of crystals this run. Deathless Inventor this week? Yes. It is Deathless, Bloodbag, and White Rider. Bloodbag kinda sucks. Deathless can be fun. I've moved a bit away from Deathless on C50 because enemies do enough damage that there's more of them that can one-shot you through it. So I prefer tanking with Health Gate. But Deathless is still definitely viable. Definitely still viable. Yeah, imagine me actually getting the melee weapons I want. I'm manifesting. Okay, what are you looking for? Banshees. Also Salt and Battery. But all I get is Mage Stabs and Storm Surges. 1.94 Twin Soul. I don't need this Lich's Auger, I can get rid of that. Hey, Ducky Dino, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Ridiculously generous as always. Goes a long way. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. If you got gifted a sub by Ducky Dino, please show them some love. Absolute legend. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hey Kitty, how you doing? Love my current Deathless setup. Admittedly, I'm not a C50 yet. Absolutely love the hammer. Actually, still get to half shield mechanic using right now. Using Harbinger. Yeah, Harbinger Deathless is pretty solid. Oh yeah, I have 2 Ascended Pans. Why are both my Ascended Pans fire? That's such weird, repetitive luck. I don't actually need that Buffmeister. And that Garlic Breath can go. I'm being stubborn, but that can go. Amalgam can also go, realistically. Okay, we made room. Because Pan is fire, I see what you did there, and I approve. Thank you so much, Ducky Dino. Really helps out. Thank you. I want to use these Primordial Fire Banshees, but they don't have Vampire, which makes it awkward. I mean, it makes them relevant for bossing, but I'd rather just have Vampire and accept the lower damage from Cryo. Just any good drops in the start of stream? Not really. It's got up, not really. Twitch literally doesn't allow me to make a gift sub. Huh. I was having a problem where I couldn't gift to certain people for a while. Hi fan, how you doing? Deep Zombie, hope you're well. And yeah, my pleasure, fan. You're gonna get more bank space, only 340. I technically have 0. Because my bank's always full. Sorry, gift subs to this channel isn't available to this user. Huh. That's so weird. Twitch gonna Twitch. There's some funny, weird Twitch bugs. Like, for example, in Lazy's channel, there's an emote that I can't use. Like, it just doesn't work for me. Like, it's a bit emote, and it doesn't work for me. Like, the reason there's 2 different Golden Apple emotes in Lazy's channel is because the second one is for me to use. Because the first one doesn't work. Which is weird. Eater Ford is concerned, so it could be addressed. You gotta address that reported concern. Give the people what they want. Bank is always full too. Yeah, I have a lot of mule characters, and honestly, I need to make more. I need to organize the ones I have as well. And there's a lot that I could stand to get rid of. Like, chaotic items, unless they're absolutely perfectly rolled, like, armor pieces, I could stand to get rid of chaotic. Lich's Auger with Adrenaline. No. Hey Shimada, how you doing? Just created a mule yesterday. As a console player, I played PS4 when Borderlands 3 first came out. So every time, and I was a hoarder then too, every time I needed to store stuff, I had to commit an hour to speedrunning the Pandora section of the game as Flak. Because Flak could just fade away, run past things, and have Jabber. It was just faster. I had to commit an hour to have more storage, and then I would have to spend the time sending money over from a main save to get backpack SDUs, then putting stuff on the wall. It was a whole thing. Storing items is so difficult in these games. I like that we have more storage space in Wonderlands, but I still need more. There will never be enough. Explain use case for Lich's Auger. If you like spells, it's good for spells. Pretty straightforward. It does spell stuff. But the thing is, for you to keep the bonus going, you need to fully refill the ward before it breaks again. But like, if you're a spell shot with spell weaving and mage armor, that's easy anyway. So just spell stuff. But they just gave us a second bank next to the main one. Some people have requested a character-specific bank in addition to the account-wide one, but I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Best way to make a BL3 mule is to use a lawsuit machine with level 72 stuff from another character, buy all the backpack has to use. See, the thing with that, Nadashvi, is this was September 2019. Level cap was 50. I didn't have the lost loot storage for that. Yeah, this was September 2019. There's 2 account-wide banks. There's a whole ass operating system with folders and search as a bank. There's some other looters that have, like, apps that, let you manage your bank. It was Destiny, right? Imagine it wasn't a lot of money then? Yeah, it wasn't. Level 50 items don't have a great sale price in that game. Also in the game with level 72 cap? Yeah. Numbers in general were a lot smaller before. Let's tell me what GigaChat means. It's a meme. Basically, there's this like parody of the alpha male dude, like super jacked. It's meant to be like artsy and stuff. This artist did, and it just became a meme, and people use it whenever it's like, hey, that's pretty tough. It's Giga Chad. It's just like peak alpha behavior type shit, but not in the toxic way. Not in the TikTok masculinity coach way. In the, hey, you're pretty tough way. Up is still confused. Yeah, it's memes can be confusing without context. I didn't know what SMH meant until like 2018. Just sharing and embarrassing me not understanding a commonly used internet thing. Just make me feel better. Hopefully it worked. But yeah, I didn't know what SMH meant until about 2018. SMH my head. It's only a matter of time till we have Terra Chad. Yes. Disappointed you didn't just tell them my name. Well played, Cal. Well played. Oh, there's a container over here. Today I learned. Terra Chad is just all chin like the face of Bo. Cultured reference. Cultured reference, Stomp. I'm proud of you. I have a sneeze that's like right there but not coming out. So if I have a constipated looking expression, my face is constipated with sneezes. One more SDU to get for the bank out of all the SDUs. Ooh, good. Stomach, what are you doing? Good job with that, Gage. It's a grind to get there. But once you're done with that, then you can start really saving money up for being able to buy gear and vendors. That's why I have all this money on this character, in case, just in case something good pops up. Because it's 90 mil for a well-rolled Ascended gun with an enchant. And that's a shotgun. Different ones have different sale prices, so like a sniper or a launcher would be more, I believe. Launcher would definitely be more. I think sniper's more than shotgun. Oh, there goes the sneeze. Oh, I feel so much better. There's another one. It's a bonus one. Reasoning for picking from the shadows instead of Ghostblade on this build, doing damage. Ghostblade looks at the swing speed of your weapon, but Executioner's Blade just looks at the damage. So, building for both Ghostblade and Executioner's Blade at the same time, you are sacrificing the effectiveness of one of them. You cannot have it both ways. Because, Ghostblade, you want a weapon that has decent damage but is also fast. But Executioner's Blade, you want damage at all costs. Speed is completely irrelevant. So, for Executioner's Blade, you want a Banshee. But for Ghostblade, you want not a Banshee. Specifically, not a Banshee. You know what marbles are in Morgtooth? I do not remember. I only went and got marbles the one time, and I immediately repressed it. So, like, most of my characters don't have the marbles. Yeah, of all the melee action skills, Dreadwind, or of all the non-melee, of all the melee things that look at your melee weapon, let me put it that way, Dreadwind and Executioner's Blade do not care about the speed of your weapon. Dreadwind is always 4 ticks per second, and Executioner's Blade is, you know, on a cooldown. It's 0.7 rate limit, and speed doesn't do anything for it. But Ghostblade is the same speed as your actual swing. And then everything else that's melee... Stomach, are you good? Everything else that's melee doesn't look at your weapon's damage or swing speed at all. It just looks at the crit stats and element. Sometimes element. I can use the Map Genie. Yeah, I use Map Genie for some DL3 stuff. If they've got a good map for Wonderlands, then yeah. Good resource. I'll have to go get all the marbles. Yeah, getting all the marbles gets you strength, which is crit damage. Getting all the collectibles in general is just a good idea for character power in this game. I don't know what I would do with this. Melee damage, action skill duration, and save your soul stuff screams Ghostblade to me, because Ghostblade stays active while you're down. You can't activate it while you're down, but it stays out. But I don't know if I can, like, And the duration doesn't get calculated like that. That is a high mag auto magic? No thank you. That one's much better, but it's dark magic, so still no thank you. Looking for money. Any predictions today? Will I get a Primordial Banshee? I guess we could do that for one. So, okay, so this is a good roll for White Rider. This is 1 crit damage part, times 2, 18 mag. So almost 300 damage as a volatile. But remember, it's times 2, so this is almost 600 damage. This is a good White Rider roll. This is an example of what a good one looks like. Yeah, really wants you to use dark magic auto magics? Yeah. Quick question regarding the throwable hole. Gun damage presumably affect the bullets? Yes. Spell damage for the explosion? What about tick damage of the puddle? That is also gun, Kite Highland. That is also gun. So one build strictly stronger than the other, being between Executioner's Blade and Banshee versus Ghost Blade, some other melee weapon. Situational. Very rarely in this game, Hellrider is anything like strictly better. It's very rare. So there's situational use for each. For example, Ghostblade would very likely be much faster against Banshee. Because I don't have to sacrifice my uptime, it's just there. Isn't the second beam of the White Rider kind of wonky? I mean, dual beam is lower damage but hits multiple targets. But single beam is the optimal way of using the gun. Dual beam kind of makes up for it not doing play the angles, but it's just better to use single beam and shoot the targets independently, in my opinion. Except for Pixie's Buffmeister Stab-O-Matic. Even that, Stump, even that is... If you squint hard enough, you can find situations where those things aren't best, or at least things among those compete with each other. For example, Stab-O-Matic is situationally faster than Pixie's. Situationally. White Rider proc play the angles? No. Multiple targets would sound like something you'd want when you want to spread contagion dots. No. Because contagion now no longer creates damage, it spreads existing damage. So if you use dual beam, sure, you'll be hitting 2 targets, but for much lower damage, and then when contagion spreads those, that will be half of that lower damage. If you use single beam against 1 target, and then contagion spreads that, it'll be spreading half of bigger damage. Yeah, I agree, J-Bridge. I think single beam is just kind of the way for White Rider now. Go either nerf contagion, let me have my fun. I'm calling it a change more than a nerf, because I don't think they wanted it to do infinite damage looping. And keep in mind, we had that before Stab-O-Matic. If you think about the implications of Stab-O-Matic with pre-change contagion, it's better that that's not on the table. Because that is literally enough calculations to crash your game. I don't think they wanted people crashing widespread while shooting a gun. One particular gun. Hey Fireball, how you doing? Another Primordial Mage Staff. I'm cursed. The item I've seen the most Primordials of in this entire game is the Mage Staff, and I see so many. Like, that has to have been 10 this stream. I see so many. For me, it's Hawken. I would love some Primordial Hawkins. You guys know Ascended Hawken breaks 5,000 damage? It's very juicy. You got on this Mage Staffs too, Stump? Yeah. Last rites, but it's non-chaotic. Sag. I'm looking forward to the day I see an Ascended Last Rites in Vendor. If that happens on stream, I'll just immediately level gun build on the spot. I think items and monies have certain waste chances to drop, no different than anything else, to our current knowledge. Should have taken that ASA fire, actually. Oh well. Hawken's good at, never really tried it. The alt fire mode, the stickies from that, when they detonate, they make birds that seek out enemies. So you use Hawken like you do Pixies, basically. Shoot a bunch of stickies at the ground, reload, and then it clears the map for you. It's one step removed from Pixies in interactivity. So it's not terribly interesting, but it's powerful. I've seen so much Drillskew in my perception of how many Storm Surges showed up, but it's still happening. Yeah, Storm Surge is just very common for me. I just see a lot of it. It's to the point where I want them to undo adding it to the world drop pool. Storm Surge used to be dedicated drop only. There's a couple items that used to be dedi drops that have been added to the world pool. That includes the manual transmission, the donkey, and the Storm Surge. I kind of want those to go away. The Storm Surge still doesn't work. Hey Onyx, how you doing? Storm Surge is my first Ascend of any rarity, I'm sorry. I do have an Ascended Storm Surge. Like, it even rolled Amp, it's just not good other than high Ascended. So those trolls, that's an example of an enemy that does one-shot you with Deathless. So why Vampire tanking is a little more reliable at 250. Because Health Gate. Gotta save for the chance it gets fixed. Exactly. Exactly. won't be like that. Yeah, it won't. Had an ad, didn't hear your response. Hey, Onyx, how you doing? Yeah, just as an aside, I mentioned it a couple times earlier in the stream, there will be more ads in July because I have a marginally more profitable incentive from Twitch to run a certain amount of ads this month, so I'm running the bare minimum to hit that threshold. So like, you can use your monthly Prime as a sub for no additional cost, or you can drop the $5 sub to not have ads for the month. If you're willing to sub one-off, this would probably be the month to do it. Otherwise, I appreciate you sitting through the ads to support me. Try Boulder Dash on Devon, it's so good. It's so much fun. I absolutely love it. I was first vibing with, you know, the standard Earthquake, Gravelly, Impale stuff, still with Seismic Commander. And I was like, what if I did Marshall's Boulder Dash? And I've been doing that, and it's so fun. I appreciate that, Stump. Thank you. But I want to make it absolutely clear that subs are not expected, they are simply appreciated. And you guys just hanging out here is support. That is free support. So thank you. Just trying to future-proof for some life stuff. With my July income, so I'm sweating a little bit. I'm being a bit of a tryhard this month. And I don't believe in being one of those creators who lies to you and you know, tells you I'm not doing something for the money. I'll tell you when I'm doing something for the money and when I'm not. Hey, Butter. How you doing? Transparency in my streamer. Show you something else in your streamer. Yeah, I decided to not dodge that because Amnesia means more damage. Probably should dodge that one. That's okay though. It does indeed do it for the money. Sometimes. The whole Twitch ad revenue thing? Yeah. Amp Echo. Only 1.79, but that still might be an upgrade over what I have on one of my gun builds, so I'll take that. Ward capacity, move speed, spell damage. This Diamond Golem's trying, but what else is in this pile? Amulet of some kind? No, I don't care. That's so much effort. I don't care. Craig actually hates Wonderlands. It's been a 4-month ad. You know there's people who actually think that way? Pragmatic? Like, I know you're shitposting, but there's people who would actually, like, die on the hill that that's the case. I'm like... You know how much energy it would take to do that? Like, no. That is not worth my time. I promote Wonderlands because I like it. That simple. Does Promise Ring work with Ambihex? Yes. I tested that one personally, please. Ascended Magic Barrage. It's green. So unless the logic of Promise Ring has changed at some point, it should still be the case. He did spend half a stream in Outriders one time, so clearly the game's dying. It's funny, the first time in 3 months I streamed something that wasn't Wonderlands, and like one of the first questions was, "You done with Wonderlands?" Like, bro, no. Still my main game, and will be for the foreseeable future. I just also play other games. It's something I do advise as a healthy way of consuming like binge format style games like this. Like if you have something like Wonderlands that's designed to be a time sink, and it's definitely a time sink. Even if you have a lot of different things to do, playing it and nothing else for long periods of time speeds up burnout exponentially. So having a second game, or even a second and third game on the side to divide your time really helps. Like, for the first couple months of Wonderlands, my side game was Godfall. I've been meaning to get back into Godfall and try out some build stuff, but it's been a couple weeks. But right now, my second game is Outriders. And then, if I start to burn out on Outriders, well, Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak just came out. So I plan on using that as my next game, my next side game. And then Stray comes out in like 3 weeks, which I'm looking forward to. So I got that. Always have a backup game to just stave off burnout. Yeah, Flight, and that command has been quoted by people and spread despite the fact that it's full of misinformation and subjective takes presented as objective reality. I do not think that's a constructive way to handle that at all, and I think that's known. There are more constructive ways to express a preference than that approach, and I'm going to leave that at that. More in the sense people constantly ask why not this game. Yeah, I figure maybe. Strike will take over. Yeah. I'm so excited for that, Steve. Side games are Hearthstone and chess. I think good side games to have. Good longevity in both of those. For watching your dash shot build the other day, it made me finally level up mine, use spell shot for the first time properly. Spell shot can be enjoyable if you do things that only spell shot can do. So I've lasered in on what I don't like about spell shot. I don't find anything that is just spell shot enhancing something else. I don't find any of that interesting. It's not different gameplay. It's just, hey, you're overpowered now. Play. But doing something like an Ambi-Hex pure caster build, that is something only spell shot can do, and that's interesting. Things like that. Building around glass cannon, keeping wards permanently broken to enable special interactions from broken wards, such as the ammo regen from Last Gasp. Things like that make spell shot interesting to me. Things that are unique to the kit. My launcher build uses Warcaster to spam a big boy rocket. That's something only spell shot can do. Yeah, Dex, great minds. I don't necessarily think you can play a game wrong, Locosius. I wouldn't put it like that. But I will say that the endless goalpost shifting of people who invent new bullshit excuses for why the latest thing is just a travesty and a departure from the things they love. I think listening to those people for years on end is exhausting, so I try not to anymore. Farm today featured White Rider. Yeah. Going for White Rider from Vendor, Twin Soul from Nightmare, and then any of the drops from Banshee. Banshee has 3 desirable drops, which is not common for boss pulls in this game, now that I think about it. I suppose there's more that do have 2 good drops. Like, Wastard has Spellblade and White Rider, for example. But Banshee has the Banshee, Auto Magic, and Twister. They're all very good. Twister more in the utility department, but after its damage buff, I have been hankering to try it out. Got back to stream, didn't see it, got gifted. Yeah, Ducky Dino's ridiculously generous, as always. So, yeah. How you doing, usual suspect? People always be shitting on games that are straight improvement for each titles, remind me of Odyssey. Wait, people shout on Odyssey? Excuse me? That's a thing that happened? Yeah, perfect example then. How's your Friday? My Friday's good. Friday's good. Enjoying some chill farming. I really like the sense of productivity you get from farming a featured run. Like a good quality featured run. It feels like I'm progressing towards the goal. I don't know, it's hard to describe, but I like that feeling. Never found a good 2-charge times for Frozen Orb yet. Not seen any orbs for a week now. I saw a 3-charge one yesterday, but it was non-chaos tiered, so I was a little annoyed about that. And people also shit on Odyssey for having a microtransaction system, including an XP booster you could pay for. I didn't know Assassin's Creed had microtransactions. First time hearing of it. But in terms of core gameplay of Odyssey, I've heard nothing but good things. So it genuinely surprises me that people did it for that game. But on second thought, maybe it shouldn't surprise me, because it's just, once again, the trend of shitting on the newest thing, regardless of its actual quality. Happens with every serial release of everything ever. Remember when people did it for Far Cry 6? Oh, I accidentally soaked the Banshee Spirit. Remember when people did it for Far Cry 6? They're like, man, it's the same as Far Cry 5. Like, yeah, what do you want? That's the whole point. Far Cry games since 3 have been mildly tweaked versions to give you a different open world and different framing device. Like, they're not selling it as anything else. It's not like other franchises where they present themselves as reinventing themselves. No, that's how it works. Can't wait till BO4 comes out. Everyone talks about Wonderlands. It's gonna happen, Pragmatic. I called it with BO3 in reference to Wonderlands. And sure enough, there's a bunch of people who did nothing but absolutely rail BO3 while it was new as a failure, as a departure from the series, as nothing but mistakes, and killed their love for the franchise. And then Wonderlands comes out, they're like, well, you could do this more like BO3. I'm like, hey, you could shut the fuck up. BO3 is my favorite. Mine too. But the difference is, Fireball, we're not going around pretending to be fans of one thing because it gives fuel to shit on another thing. There's people who've been consistent about liking BL3. For example, K6, myself, Lazy Data. And then you have people who have been consistent about what eras of BL3 they like Epic NNG. Really likes the OG Mayhem 4 era, which was a good era of the game. But lately you'll have some people who are bandwagoning because, you know, you're only allowed to like the older stuff. Simply handle each game individually and don't compare it much. That's the most mature way to do it. As a longtime Forza player, I'm extremely familiar with rose-tinted glasses takes on old games in a series. New one's coming out soon, so we'll go back to why Forza 4 is the best as ever. New game trash. Yeah. Every series. Happens with Call of Duty as well. Happens with Halo. I remember when that happened with Halo 4, and it was the weirdest thing to me, because I'm a die-hard Halo 3 fan. That's like one of my favorite games just ever in terms of how much I played it and how good the gameplay is and just good things in that game. I love Halo 3. And Halo Reach was the next sequel to that, and it was received somewhat well, but still people got weird about it. But if we're talking numbered sequels, then Halo 4 came out, which is more directly comparable to 3 than Reach is. And ODST was a spin-off of 3. And people got so weird about it. Like, they invented things wrong with that game that weren't there. Like, I don't... And it's always weird to me when there's something that could actually be criticized, and people don't use the actual flaws because they clearly haven't consumed it or thought about it for more than a few seconds. So they'll just invent flaws that don't exist instead of talking about the ones that do. Which, it's more effort. Like, it's more effort and just alienates the people who deal in facts. I don't understand. Like, when I disagree with you but could make your argument better than you could, like, that's a red flag, right? Always sounds nice. I'm glad you think so. Like Outriders? Me too. Like all Lens games, they have all faults, but they're all fun. Hey, you're allowed to like multiple things. That's encouraged. Happened with Diablo. Diablo 3 had a rough release, but they fixed those problems relatively quickly. And Diablo 3 with Reaper of Souls has just kind of consistently been good. And still being supported 10 years later. Because the game evolved. Saw people bashing the New Horizon game, saying the first one was better, even though everything in the second is pretty much an improvement. Yeah. More Primordial Mage staffs, chat. Always more. Look at the most disgusting type of shit talker, the kind of straight up invent stuff that makes it sound edgy so people blindly agree. Yep. And unfortunately, as gamers, there's a lot of those people we have to deal with. Ascended Diamond Guard Sword. Nice. I still play it. I stopped playing actively a few years ago. I checked in every once in a while, then the whole ActiveBliz thing happened, so now I just kind of feel weird playing any of their stuff or looking at their launcher. But I do still have love for Diablo 3. Absolutely. Your preferred melee weapon you use more than others? It's a good question. For Dreadwind stuff, and Executioner Blade stuff, and swinging stuff, Banshee is good. The only melee stuff I wouldn't use Banshee for is like Ghostblade, so I suppose Banshee is technically my most used. Someone who's played Forza Horizon 5 definitely don't like getting thrown supercars basically straight away. It's a fun game though. Hey, but here's the thing, Shots. You are a person who is using objective reality and making constructive comments while acknowledging both the good and bad of a thing. That's very advanced for sharing new game opinions, or relatively new game opinions, on the internet. Missed the Gears of War and Reach horde game mode. Not on topic since you mentioned Halo. Yeah, survival in ODST and Reach is a good time. As was Horde in Gears of War. I still haven't played Gears 5. I've been advised by people who have the same taste in games as me that I would just not like it. So I haven't. I own the game. I picked it up for $10 on a Steam sale, but I've never played it. But absolutely disgusting amount of time in Halo Reach. I put a fair amount in Reach, but 3 was where I did my grinding. 3 was like one of the first games I really, really know like. First Horizon game I played at launch, so it was fun. Looking forward to DLC. That's cool. I'm glad to hear. Forza Horizon games never really grabbed me. I like circuit racing, so Motorsport's my jam. Don't dislike Horizon or anything, it's not my thing. Different strokes. That's more than fair. Individual preferences are what make us individuals. It'd be boring if you all had to like the same shit, you know? Any of the super bosses, it's like Gloop with this build. Gloop does not go well with this build because of the mechanics of how it functions, but Bunny is fine as long as I can get in. That's the difficult part of Bunny. Try this. just Sword Explosion. I don't have the necessary thing for that. So the thing with non-gun builds, sometimes they have trouble getting into the yellow raid boss fight because you don't have gun damage to pass that check. So that's why that's awkward. Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition was my thing for racing games. Had a few world records in that game. Ooh, nice. I never really quite got into the racing genre, just not for me. But I do have respect for the skills required. Just not my wheelhouse. It's so awkward trying to pass this Destiny Yarn gun build. Yeah. Spell builds can be fine because Laser Hand, Ice Spikes still do well against that. But melee builds is a lot. If you don't have a good Ghost Blade setup, then doing it as a melee build's a little weird. I imagine Stab-O-Matic does it fine. But even that does require a little bit of investment. Dot builds in particular have a lot of trouble with that.
Space!
Hey, Don. No. But... hi. Play so much Burnout, never played Paradise, only the parts before. See, Burnout's so popular, even I'm aware of it, as a non-racing fan. Project Gotham Racing is an underrated series, needs to return. That's another one I'm aware of. Maybe I played too many games. Hey Booth, how you doing? Stop talking about racing games. What, is it gonna put you in some kind of mood, Pragmatic? That's how I get with RPGs. Talk enough about, like, Dragon Age or Mass Effect, I will just drop everything and start playing it. It's an involuntary reflex. I cannot help it. It just happens. Like, I'm doing it to myself right now. I need to stop. Never played too many games. I don't think that's true. But I like the energy. There's something special in this week's feature for Melee. I just want to do some feature runs. Yeah, Gaming Interior. So, Nightmare drops the Twin Soul. And Banshee drops the Banshee. So those are two of the most desirable melee weapons. In terms of other builds, there's lots of other desirable stuff in this feature as well. Banshee drops the Twister and the Auto Magic as well, which are a good spell and a really good pistol. And in the Vendor this week at the end of the chamber, you have the Deathless, which is situationally useful, but you also have the White Rider in the Vendor. So that'll be at the end of any Chaos Chamber run. You could probably get there the fastest with boss runs. So technically speaking, if you're trying to farm a White Rider this week, doing boss runs is the play. But I can do all of that at once doing this featured. And Banshees are what my melee build really needs right now. Adrenaline Vagabond, that's such an awkward combo. Double dark magic efficiency. Okay, so as I mentioned, hitting these after you complete the boss fight is more crystals, but in the interest of speed, I'm just not going to do that. Glad New Vegas was the first Fallout I played. What a game that is. 3 was the first one I played. But I'm a big fan of 3 and New Vegas. I think Fallout 4 is good. Just not as good as those two, but I think it's good. Still haven't played 76. I could probably be talked into that. Now that it's not a dumpster fire of a game. Like it was on release. White Rider's a nice vendor weapon, yeah. Same with RPGs. Still can't wait until a new Dragon Quest is released after I already 100% Dragon Quest 11. Nice. I assume that's Dragon Quest. Did I get that right? I remember that Dragon Age Mass Effect crossover definitely happened. It took them 4 years after it was announced to name Dragon Age 4. Or 3.5 years, sorry, 3.5. It's now called Dragon Age Dreadwolf. We still have no idea when it'll be out, but it's got a name now. So at this rate, maybe it'll be on a Duke Nukem release schedule. 76 has gotten way better than when it launched. I've heard that, yeah. Mass Effect and Dragon Age crossover is just Star Wars: The Old Republic? Yes. Yep. I'm gonna call that factual. Generally don't like beam weapons. They kind of throw out my aim in, and I'm proud of my aiming skills with Jacob's Black Powder weapons. Everyone's got a preference. I don't love the beam weapons, but I don't mind them either, and White Rider, just something about it feels so dependable. So I think I like White Rider more than I like other beam stuff. There's very few beam weapons in this game. It's more than just White Rider, but there's not many. And White Rider's the only one I'll, like, ever go out of my way to use. I want the Afterburner to be good, but ward damage effects, just not quite there yet. Need some sort of scaling in place, I think. There's never any love for Thunder Anima, because until this last patch, it couldn't be enchanted. When it first came out for a few days, it did scale with spell damage, which is something they fixed very quickly. So it was popular then. But then once that was changed, it wasn't enchantable. And it just wasn't really very desirable compared to other things. I think now that it's enchantable, I'll circle around to it. Also, now we have Fealty Oath. And Fealty Oaths, Skulldugger ones, can roll shots to break, which functions, whereas Magsize doesn't on those. So more shots to break on a Thunder Anima is desirable, because it increases the amount of shots you have within the close to overheating threshold, and you have to be in that zone for the legendary effect of the anima to kick in at all. These are no mirror challenges? No, I'm doing a featured Chaos Chamber run at the moment. Float streams. Gonna be getting back into this game tonight. Hey, welcome back. The mirrors are different than this. I'm doing this for loot. But the third of the mirrors, Molten Mirrors, that one is more well received than the other two. And it's a non-linear kind of... It does have the dungeon crawly vibe thing with a very unique boss at the end. The other two are more simple. But I like to think of the mirrors as kind of like tutorials. Just game tutorials. Currently this is just the featured Chaos Chamber run. This week's format has 2 mini-bosses and 2 large bosses. Each has some dedicated drops that I'm interested in. Haven't used one in C50, but I enjoyed Thunder Anima in C35. I heard good things from a couple people about it at C50. I'll have to give it a shot. Drill Story Quest SMG is nice, fire and lightning damage, and Claw feels good to have. It's still just a bit weak. Yeah, it's the curse of Hyperius / Hyperion SMGs. Lacosius. Those have always kind of struggled with few exceptions.
Here's something.
Yeah.
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Is there a Kevin near me? There's no Kevin near me at the moment. He's over by the window. I think Jason's under my bed. I'll pet the nearest cat once it becomes available. That's a really low damage Grateful Cascade. That's 1700. Thanks. Rant. What am I ranting about, Bees Knees? Also good to see you. How are you? Yeah, 1700. Good enchant, but I want to see the damage difference between a minimum damage non-chaotic Glacial Cascade and a triple spell damage Ascended. Probably insanity. Dog ate my Oreos, that's my rant. Is the dog okay? I don't know if that's enough rant material. The economy. I mean, inflation sucks. It's a global thing right now. World events have that effect. Part of why I'm trying to save up a little extra this month. She's fine, I have no Oreos left to go with my coffee. Sounds like you didn't buy enough Oreos. Because of the economy. See, it all circles back. It all circles back. Ow. My rant is I'm at work instead of in-game. See, I'm fortunate enough to be doing both right now. But my RNG is not treating me so well today, so I'd rant about that. Barbalode should get me up here, maybe? Yeah, cool. Right about the Storm Surge and Mage Staff. Ugh. Pain. Frost Buddies are annoying to get, especially when there's already spicy water. See, I'm using Frost Buddies on this build to my advantage. I'm taking them because they do damage. Means I have an accessible way to always trigger my Selective Amnesia, and it means I have a target I can melee to spawn my Banshee projectiles, pretty much at all times. Depending on your build, they can be beneficial. Rant that I don't have enough time to do all the things I like. Ooh, I hear you on that one. Not enough hours in the day. Do you have any benefits if you do the chambers faster? Not directly, but in terms of, like, you'd be getting more runs done in a given amount of time, so you could get more stuff, potentially. But no additional rewards, other than efficiency, no. C-37 run got hard countered by Drill's damage check. I was lucky to have Fire Source Illusion. Took 47 minutes. Oof. Yeah, that sounds rough. I should switch to the poison one. Does my poison one have vampire? I don't remember. No. Do I need it? No, I'll just stick on this. Yeah, happy Canada Day. It is Canada Day. So I suppose I should explain what I was doing there. So that phase doesn't end through anything except doing enough damage to the weak spot or time. Now, if you do damage that isn't to the weak spot, you just have a lot of time where the boss isn't really fighting back. So if you can, say, apply a bunch of really strong dots, you can just have that phase be free, as long as you don't hit the weak spot. So that's why I was able to do that much damage in that phase. Because I just held the back against the weak spot. So dot builds actually do really well in that part of the fight for that reason. Because it's just free. $18 mag with max crit, but ×1. I don't know if one of the crit parts is mutually exclusive with the ×2 part. Let me check, actually. Zombie, have a good one. I'm curious. No, looks like you can have The 21 crit roll with the extra projectile. Yeah, so perfect White Rider would be 18 mag, 21% crit, times 2. And if you roll all those parts, what else varies on it? Then I think from there, the only thing that varies is barrel accessories and the bolt. So you're looking at most, a swing of 5 or 10% damage there, depending on parts. So yeah, very specific parts for a perfect White Rider. My best one is still 1 part off or 2 parts off. After I hit this loot room, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Take me a couple minutes. 'Cause I also want to grab water for the cats. So, let's cross our fingers for luck, and we'll take a short break. How many primordial mage staffs do you think we're gonna see in this pile? Quack has legs confirmed. You can't prove that. Two legs? You can't prove that. Pretty much the day we actually formed our independence as a country. Neat. Wait, Quag legs? Quags? No, that sounds like eggs. No. Delete. Control Alt Delete. Not Control Alt Start. Control Alt Delete. How you doing, Control? Never skip Quag Day. Ugh. So the White Rider, if he uses 2 ammo per shot, means it's double the damage listed even though it doesn't show 2 times? Yes, Gator Ball. Yes. Wow, July was top on the British Empire. There's so many Independence Days from the Brits. It's kind of funny. 4 Fate Breakers, probably. So, you guys are betting 2 Primordial Mage Staves, 4 Fate Breakers. I could be able to see it happening. One Primordial Mage Staff, 2 Primordial Mage Staffs. Do I hear 3? Do I hear 3? Hey, Frihilio, thank you so much for the Prime. For the 8 months with the 4 streak. Means a lot, thank you. And the kind words. Does mean a lot to me. What do I win? A Primordial Mage Staff. That's what you win. God damn it. I mean, I have spares, so here we are. I'm just looking through this loot pile on pure copium, hoping I missed something. There's the alert. Thank you, Stream Elements.
Thanks for everything, Quag.
Thank you, Friolia. A penny. I cannot provide a penny. For legal purposes, I need to make clear I cannot provide a penny. 2 mage staves, 1 pincushion, and a partridge and a pear tree. Sounds fair. Sounds very fair. Got that penny, don't worry about it. Alright, so I'll BRB. Got anything you need to do? It'll be a couple minutes. I'll run one of those long ads if I'm off cooldown. Yeah. Okay, cool. Taking advantage of that month incentive thing. So, BRB, a couple minutes. Oh, I have excellent timing. I got here in time to see it add in. Alright, hang on. Let me eat one more cracker. You know when you're eating a sleeve of saltines and it's just deep enough that you have to rip the sleeve more? Aggravating. Hey, Jaybridge, thank you for the 1,500 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sleeve of saltines hit different? True. Oh, I see you there, Pupsy. How you doing? What's my moon orbs? Okay, that's for real. Gotta make sure to use my moon orbs. Hey, we got it, finally. Cool. Move on to other things now. I think I want to change out this enchant. That one's 6743 capacity. One's less. On-armor defense makes this one more tank. Lunch ASMR. Wasn't planning on it. Let's try out fire over a longer period of time now. So I'm taking another damage decrease to use this. But I get more crit damage, and I get a more favorable elemental matchup. I lose the advantage of this, but I still have it on Enrage. I just want to see how this does. Got a refresh. Oh, you wanted the emote? Love to see it. Here to say hi and I love your face. Hey Scott, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. And I'm sure your face is more adequate than mine. I hope you're well. Not sure if it blushes. Oh yeah, pucks are kind of a problem. Never mind. And Barrow killed it. Anyone notice anything? I suppose it's magic. Interesting. Helium barrel. Magic barrel. Yes. I agree. It's definitely slower against the Dragon Lord statue, but that's to be expected based on the element matchup. Hoping it makes up for it against these enemies. It's kind of failing to do. A little underwhelmed. Fate Breaker. Oh no. It's getting ready. Helium barrel. Ooh. Are the health barrels filled with helium? Hang on, I need to tweet this. Do algorithm stuff. Yeah, so this fire one feels better for most mobbing. Another Primordial Banshee, but it's the low damage roll. Not even the high crit damage roll. Non-elemental. The hilt mod I don't want. So unfortunate. He's helping my Chaos Dungeon. If you do exclamation point LFG, Zachariah, that will link you to the official Wonderlands Discord server, which has a process and channels for finding players to help you out. Exclamation point LFG. Want to get to Chaos 50? Well, if you're having trouble on the way to Chaos 50, that's a good sign that you would not do well at Chaos 50. Keep that in mind. You solve that problem, you'll be solving a future problem as well. That was a lot of explosions. Oh, Mitsu didn't like it. So in the featured run, you've got Nightmare and Banshee. Nightmare drops the Twin Soul melee weapon, which is one of the reasons we're in here. And Banshee drops the Wailing Banshee melee weapon, the Auto Magic Pistol, and the Twister Spell, which are all really good items. So this featured is really profitable. It's also one of the double extended ones. So you got 2 obelisk rooms and 2 boss rooms. So very long runs for a lot of loot. Both rather easy bosses as well. Right. Definitely less involved than, say, Dragon Lord would be. So pretty comfortable to farm. I do recommend getting some runs in while it's here. Also this week we have the White Rider and the Vending Machine, which is a fantastic gun. And I highly recommend going for it. Mitsu knows good jokes. He's just roasting the dad joke humor. You had a good joke there, J-Bridge. I'm proud of you. I had to put it out there into the world. Problem with Dragon Lord, all his attacks are pretty telegraphs, very dodgeable. It's just a big time commitment. There's a lot of downtime. Like, you have to wait for his animations, and then some builds do have trouble connecting with Bernadette. The boss himself is not the problem, but if you don't have the damage to insta-phase him at the very beginning of the fight, then you have to deal with one wave of tramplers. If you don't have the damage to avoid the second wave of tramplers, you have to deal with that too. And then you have all the phase transitions, and you have Bernadette. It just takes a while. Even the fastest Dragon Lord kill is, like, on pace with a mid-tier kill of, say, other bosses. Yeah, definitely noticing the damage loss from fire here. understandably, is the final story quest boss at all. Yeah, I don't particularly mind much from a design standpoint. It just doesn't make him one of my go-to bosses for fast farms, you know? Seems like a boss, or I should definitely use cryo. Okay, glad we resolved that. Hagway Nightmares Knees. Gonna work eventually. Wire Rider may be in the vendor, but I don't have the money to buy a chaotic one. How should I buy better ones? Grinding out that money is gonna be long-term very, very nice. Currently, I think one of the better farms is actually one of the overworlds encounters, just farming that. There's an event on right now that makes overworld encounters more profitable right now as well. So that could be an option. But I stocked up on money on this particular save by doing a lot of last week's featured. Something you could do is sell all the stuff you get at the end of a Chaos Chamber run that you're not going to use, all of it, and that adds up to a lot of money over time. If you hit the Rocket Bunny, or the Armor Bunny, I think that's the most potential money. If you're to sell everything. Hey Brendan, thank you for continuing the gift sub from me, Alan Burr. I appreciate that, thank you. Forever consider it my first tweet. It is your first tweet, Jaybridge. That's all yours. You own it. Hey, Viper, thank you for the 700 bits. I'll have to listen for text-to-speech actually reading that off. It'll be a minute. Delayed. Stream alerts hates me. Mika delayed text-to-speech. Hope you're well, Viper. Nightmares wants an adventure, then a sword hit in the knee. That's true. That happened. Anyone tried the overworld encounters at the event worth doing? Yesterday, Dank Honey Oil mentioned that, one of the already popular overworld, one of the already popular money farms, I should say, happened to be the overworld. This event just makes it better, so, that. Alright, where are your stream elements? Where is it? There it goes. Good timing, me.
And in the red corner, it's the heavy sprinter, it's the rhinoceros of the front line, it's the tank who spanks, it's the EEEBOULDERQUAG Quag Chad, also Quag you a homie love you always Messiah Quagsire Qua.
You know, I don't know what I expected from that text-to-speech, but it was everything I wanted and more. That was just 10 out of 10. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Thank you so much, Viper, for the 700 bits and the kind words. I appreciate you. Super late today due to Chorin, but wanted to pop and say hi. Good to see you, Manicky. How are you? And no such thing as late. You are perfectly on time. You still vibing. Spelled out Boulder Quag. I think I like it better that way. Yeah, Viper, I had one run of, I'm still only on, like, Apocalypse 22. Still progressing. But I had one run of, this was back on Apocalypse 20. I'm still using level 51 gear, mostly. I'm, like, 52 average. Where I was debuffing Moloch, because I was getting ready to do him dirty, and I just did one boulder dash and got stuck on his face. And it just insta-melted, like faster than I could see the health bar change. He just died. Fucking boulder dash. So just a big rock dude sprinting in his face killed him. It's hilarious. Big Rock Dude sprinting in my face would probably kill me too. No, you're misunderstanding. It's video game sprinting in someone's face, so I wasn't moving. I was running in place. That's what made it funny. I didn't like pass through him or anything. I just got stuck on his face. Naruto run to the grill piece. Yup. In this game, does increase element damage applied to everything related to the element, bullet, spell, and dot? Yes, yes. Everything that is that element will get that bonus. So, status effect, spell, shield nova, melee, barrels you detonate, all that. We have a stuck command? We do. Let's do a level of Bong. I'm getting comfier with this fire one. Like, that should have been slower on King Archer, but I was paying more attention. Yeah. Favorite shotgun Sword Explosion, pretty good. Sword Explosion's very strong, yeah. It's one of the go-to single target bossing guns in the game. Very hard to compete with DPS-wise. Really good. I don't need that quartz anyway. How's the greatest action skill doing at C50? I haven't done a Chaos Climb with it yet, Viper. I kind of want to get my melee weapon situation in order before I mess with Ghostblade. I see usefulness of Frost Buddies now. Yeah. Good for death saves, good for giving me a Banshee target, good for turning on my amnesia. Just useful. That inflammation didn't hit that skull, but okay. Thanks, Nasty Spell. Very cool. Ghostblade's a weird way of pronouncing From the Shadows. I mean, this is a From the Shadows build, but I do have my Ghostblade build that I have not brought up past C35 yet. It's likely that I do end up going into Frost Shiver for Ghostblade over Clawstalker. It's not settled, but it's likely. But I gotta do some testing. I wonder if I can get away with this. Kind of? Might be what I do there. as you can see, the fire weapon is much faster on the Banshee fight. So optimally, I would go through with the cryo one and then switch to the fire one for Banshee and then switch back, but you know me, I work harder to work less hard. Got a times 3 sword explosion last night, didn't have an element though, it still melts. Yeah, any sword explosion is going to be good. That's how good that gun is. Just, you could get the lowest damage roll with the least desirable element, and it's still going to be really, really good. One crit part times 127 mag. No thank you. It was on that ring? That's trying. Ability damage, melee crit chance. It's not a bad Dreadwind ring. Outriders, now having an FOV slider in PS5. I mean, now or not? It's command for the Wonderlands damage formula document. Exclamation point damage. Can't type? Nah, it's understandable. You're all good. Thanks, you're very welcome. Bright neon Barbie movie cosplay when? Give me money. This part's learning stream. K6 had a Hunt the Perfect Anarchy vid. It appears people love that sort of thing. Ooh, did that do well? I'm glad to hear that did well. I know K6 has been actually putting a lot of effort into getting more people understanding, more like the casual side of the player base, understanding the mechanical things like part variants and dissecting how drop rates actually work in Borderlands 3. He's been doing a good job of that, so you'll love to see it. Glad to see that content is doing well. Should be for the 24-hour stream with a Barbie thing? Maybe. So far, ideas I have for it, some Borderlands 3, some modded Risk of Rain 2, maybe a little bit of Hades, maybe some Wonderlands, maybe some Jackbox. We might do some Jackbox at some point. I'll probably have some sort of costume. We'll probably do incentives during the 24-hour, like hit certain sub goals or whatever. I'll do even more cursed shit. I played Hades in a minute. Yeah, me too. Well, I legit said, fuck you, pay me. Uh-huh. I believe in transparency. If there is something I don't want to do, but I could be talked into it based on money, I will just cut out the middleman and be like, yeah, pay me. Not a good haul again. Sad. Screw the rules, Quack's money. Quack wishes Quack had money. The Rugrats game. Does melee crit chance affect Stab-O-Matic? Yes, Cub. Yes. Stab-O-Matic works entirely off of your melee crit chance and damage. So this does mean you get a nice boost to your Stab-O-Matic for having a higher crit chance weapon. So I know the most popular move is to have a Spellblade. But Spellblade does have variable crit chance, if I remember correctly. So you want the higher crit chance roll on your Spellblade. Or the higher crit damage, you know, whichever. The base damage of the Spellblade doesn't affect it, the attack speed doesn't affect it, but the crit parts do. We have some souls. Let's to break up the monotony a little bit. Let's go spend those souls, because I also want moon orbs, so that'll be a quick way of getting some, if we roll that. Hi, cat. Want pets? I don't ever quantified exactly how easy 94 Sham is to obtain compared to a specific part of Shield and Borderlands 3 Wonderlands. We've quantified the exact likelihood of a 94 Sham, but I don't think in comparison to other wards, no. Maybe worth doing. That's where I put all my mage staffs, this is where I put all my God Orb. If I had one, yeah. Windows 11 update was an adventure, but it looks clean. Use CPU utilities a different way, though, so we'll have to see how clean it feels after a bit. Keep me posted. Can't believe the goal's nearly been reached. Never underestimate this community's desire to make me suffer. Wonder how 94 Sham compares to a times 25 Primordial Kettle Drum. I'd say the Sham's probably more likely. This saves from when I did a few calcs in BL3. If you find any purple shield, you have that chance that it's an Anshin one-shotter. Yeah, there's two manufacturers of one-shotters. Anshin and Pangolin. And Anshin's the better one, correct? Also, hi CC. How you doing? And then technically there's a third option of a Madcap one-shotter, which is like the worst of the three. And then there's also Manawel one-shotter. So 4 different ways of getting that, and I think that's 4 different manufacturers. Because Manawel is Hyperion, right? On a triple roid yesterday on one of those, might be just as rare. And triple of anything is extremely low likelihood. Bradluck is fucking toxic today. It's not much of a number, yeah. No rare farms, by the way. Don't make us sound so terrible when you suffer for our amusement. At least it'd be amusing. That's status damage, all damage. What's the one I just picked up? Gun mag status damage. Ooh, this would probably be really good for Stab-O-Matic stuff. Okay, I'll get rid of that one. I don't need a chaotic slip and stun either, for being honest. Everything's so easy to get versus isn't that rewarding? All those green and blue weapons. I don't understand. Fashion Lance? Fashion Lance. Got good moon orbs from that wheel session, actually. That's nice. Almost forgot to put my barber load back on. I'm sure I would have noticed quickly. Try that out. yes. The map to the Scalawag. Certain classes do better with gun types like other Borderlands games. One, not a Borderlands game. And that's important because lots of things you might be used to from Borderlands games, especially early ones, are not here in this game. Two, they kind of started not doing that since Borderlands 3. There will be particular skills that'll benefit certain kinds of things. Like, for example, if you're using a gun that has area damage as an applicable stat, like an explosive gun, well then Berserker is the one with area damage and skill tree. So in that way, yes, but there's no like shotgun character, pistol character, there's nothing like that. They stopped doing that as of Borderlands 3. TPS was the last one to do that. Also, welcome, Monte Carlo. How you doing? Thank you so much. You're very welcome. What extra projectile splintering ice spike? I've heard good things about splintering ice spikes, but I don't know. Has anyone had good experiences with these? Supposed to wait for some friends to play. I can't wait. I hope you have a good time. You have any plans on what specifically you're gonna go for? You gonna try to do some spell casting, some gun stuff, some melee stuff? What's your poison? You know what class you're gonna be? They're pretty good? Okay, I'll have to keep an eye out for good ones. You do have characters more suited to guns, other melee, other spells. Right. Don't like the delay for damage, but they hit hard. That's good to know. Delayed damage does kind of... It's a turn off for me. Need to get up close as well. That part's fine. But the delay, I don't love that. Name should have been in big bold font in one of those posts for today, just saying. Well, I appreciate the thought. That means a lot to hear. Okay, bye. We've seen ×9 splintering. Maybe. I think I've seen ×8. So ×8 with the extra projectile. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I've seen 8. Could be foggy memory, though. I think guns, melee spells are all equal in efficacy. I think that'd be pretty fair to say. There's kind of outliers in each of those categories that are, like, just really game-breakingly powerful. But, yeah, I'd say you can make all of them equally viable. This is a melee build I'm doing right now that has a little bit of support from guns and spells triggering interactions, but this is a melee build, and that can be hard to tell at first with how many different things I'm doing. Like, I'm shooting my gun quite often, I'm casting a spell quite often, I'm using my action skill, but it's a melee build. The bulk of my damage is coming from the hits of my melee weapon, from other sources of melee damage in my skill tree, and from the status effects applied from my melee. Some bosses, though, can't be meleeed effectively. Only a couple phases of a couple bosses, really. It's pretty uncommon. Usually there's a way you can deal melee damage somehow to whatever boss you can't reach. But yes. There's a couple that it's awkward to actually be able to get up close and swing your melee weapon, which is where other sources of melee damage come in. Like my Executioner's Blade skill is my go-to for those situations on this build. Some people choose to shoot a Stab-O-Matic. Some people use Ghost Blade action skill. There's a few ways of dealing with that. But almost all bosses are able to just get up in their face and swing a big sword at them. In terms of if the game's gun first, no, not at all. A lot of people will approach it as such because they're used to Borderlands. But, for example, I'm playing at Chaos 50 right now, the highest difficulty, which recently increased to Chaos 50 from 35 in the last patch. I've only bothered to get 2 of my characters up to the new cap so far because I've had so much fun playing on these 2, and neither of them are gun builds. It's my pure spellcaster is my other one, and then there's this melee build. And that patch was, you know, a week and a half ago. Not a week and a half ago, a week and a day ago. So like I'm able to go that long without feeling like I'm missing out on anything, and I'm not playing gun builds. There's just lots of flexibility in playstyles. Got a Descended Barbalode with Stab-O Dark and 40% status damage useful for anything? Yeah, that's really good. Actually, I'm quite jealous of that. Ghost Blade build would love that. You could put a Ghost Blade on a target, shoot them with melee crossbolts, and then it would absolutely be shredding everything. Dark Magic isn't ideal, but like, just use a Dark Magic melee weapon then. And it would get the benefit. It at worst be neutral-ish to enemies. So yeah, that's a really good find. Ascended is a huge amount of class power, and the ricochet chance of Barbalode goes up with with Chaos Tier. So you'll be getting that AoE very consistently, and you'll have a very good formula for your Ghost Blade. So good find. Unfortunately, I think I'll be stun locked from Indecision. You can start with, like, the core archetypes and then kind of branch out. The way this build came about was from the express goal of, like, trying to be weird about approaching melee. You can do much simpler setups and then learn the ropes of the game and branch out from there. Hardly make any other builds other than guns. Yeah, for gun stuff, it could also be good with what Manigeek said. Ruby's Spite from the Shadows, or any Dark Magic gun from the Shadows. That could go well. Good Dark Magic guns that you could shoot are Ruby's Spite, you could shoot a Gluttony, you could shoot a Cao Kahn, as long as you have the ammo. Shadowfire is good for shooting or throwing, Throwable Hole is good for throwing. A few weapons that happen to be able to roll in Dark Magic. So, Auto Magic, use the Antique Great Bow. Things like that. Ludite's Barbalode? Yes. big dot on that one.
Hey, Alan Burr, thank you so much for these 7 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, 1.94 Twin Soul. Caustic Archmage. Can I do anything with that? Not really.
There's the girl and she's on fire.
Thank you so much. Forgot to switch back to fire. Yeah, I think that spellcast melee enchant helped my damage out quite a bit. I lost some dot duration, which is a little awkward for some scenarios, but I think this is more damage overall, so I'll take it. Remind me in the loot room, Forgotten One. Ping me in the loot room and I'll do it for you. Hell of a first message, by the way. Love it. Love the energy. I never get good frames in this room. It's like this part of this room, it gets super choppy. Like, over here, 60 FPS. Over here, 40. I don't know, this part of this room, like right past this line, right here, I just have no frame. Very weird. Yeah, remembering to cast my spell before King Archer means that enchant kind of cancels out the loss from running a lower damage fire one. That works out beautifully. So it's a tiny one, but so far we have gotten an upgrade today. Hopefully our moon orbs treat us kindly and we can get a another enchant that I've been wanting. Which would be an even bigger upgrade. We'll have to see. Calling this run, you'll get an Ascended Banshee. What happens if it doesn't happen that way, please? Like, what do I get? If you say a Primordial Mage Staff, I swear. Primordial Ragnarok. The Gaul. Bladder, Ethan. You're the whole gallbladder. That's how much gall you have, sir. Maybe an Ascended Mage Staff this time. Ooh, fancy. I love using the Dragonlord statue as a turret to kill other things. Because all those Banshee swings are spawning those projectiles. And because I'm using a fire one, it's less favorable against the Dragonlord statue, but more favorable against all those enemies. So I was able to kill a lot more enemies by using the Dragonlord statue to give me ranged capabilities. Very satisfying. Gotta do yard work, see y'all later. Take it easy, New Mexico. You have a good one. Appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. It's already 90 out. I went out this morning to take some trash out. It was so miserable. Please drink some water. Sunscreen, if there's direct sunlight. Sunscreen. Sunburn sucks. Oh yeah, the damage difference when Amnesia kicks in, holy. I should have kicked that in sooner. There's no ads. I want to take a hit to turn on Amnesia. There's no ads yet. Okay, there we go. Some classes in this game are objectively more powerful than the rest. I got this game started in a minute. It depends on what you're trying to do. So for example, if you are spellcasting, it's very hard to justify not taking Spell Shot in some capacity. It's just what that class is good at. And Spell Shot is also overtuned in a couple of other interactions to the point where you can make Spell Shot better at some classes' niche than that class itself might be. So for example, in terms of the pet characters, the three characters constructed around always having a pet with you. That'd be the Spore Warden, the Graveborn, and the Clawbringer. In terms of the actual pet interactions, depending on what you're using gear-wise, Spell Shot can become better at that than those classes. So that'd be an example. But this pretty much only applies to Spell Shot. The Spell Shot's an anomaly of the 6. Like, the other 5 are pretty well balanced against one another. That's just the one that, let's call it, acts out. It's 40 max level? Yes. You guys play on Epic and play with Steam players? Yes, it's full cross-platform, cross-platform play across everything. So Steam, Epic, PlayStation, and Xbox players can all play together, which is very cool. Primordial Banshee, Lightning, Echo is not ideal, but I don't think we had Lightning covered element-wise, so I will take that. Still got the loot room to be right. Copium. What do we got? How much money have I made so far? 149.5 mil. Not much. I've been selling things though. Cut my lawn short last weekend in the hopes I can skip it this weekend. Grass has been growing so fast around here that people have been mowing their lawns like every 3 days or so. At least in the spring they were. Maybe the sun will be hot enough this year to just burn the grass and kill it. Happens sometimes. It's not looking good for you, Fleece. I'm not seeing any Ascended Banshees. Unless that one is. Solid chance it might be. Hey, Crowforge. How you doing? Been breaking 100 most days recently? Oh, so that's how you've been doing. My sympathies. I do better with the heat than I do with the cold, but maybe not by as much as I want to believe. In Austin? Oh yeah. You're in a furnace then. Gonna say I'm right and that's one. Okay, we'll see. We'll find out. Moment of truth. Oh, that's chaotic. Oof. Oof. Of course there's another mage staff. Have I had a single loot room where there hasn't been at least a mage staff? I think I'm cursed by like a wizard or something who has an actual mage staff. Chaotic. Non-chaotic. Oof. This is rough. Volatile mage staff. No primordials though, so like better. Hey, primordial fire. It's amp, but you know, it's close. Kim tells you you're a hairy quack. I like how this only sells for 41k. Melee weapons don't have a high sale price for some reason, I've noticed. It's like guns, way higher. Armor's higher too. I kinda wanna try Diamond Guard on this, but like, not right now. Ah, I owe a pasta. Alright, 1 second, hang on. I owe... Forgotten one. A pasta. Alright, I think I got one. I think I got one. Not fire and shock on the same run. Yeah. 94 with a real feel 104. Pain. That was close. Most Banshees so far on a run. I'll let you off the hook for this one, please. Just this once. The reason I have different sale prices among items when they all take up the same inventory space. I don't know.
Skeep look fucking delicious. I would never actually eat one because there's only like 6 of the fucking things left. But goddamn, they look tasty. They just sit there and eat Fate Makers all day, so they get very little exercise. It's fucking sheep veal, and we all know it. Imagine just vast herds of these lazy, adorable, delicious fuckers out in the countryside, just waiting to be made into a mouth-watering meal. Skeep tacos, skeep slice on your fucking pizza, skeep jerky. Sky's the limit. We gotta whisper it like that because it's a secret.
The skeep industry hasn't taken off yet. The world isn't ready. Ward Break Elemental Resistance sounds fun, but I can't justify it. Quacksmore. Skeep! Let's keep it going. Featured. I was gonna do some soul farming today, but that can wait, honestly. I got good momentum right now. Rack of Skeep Ribs sounds good. It does. I could go for a rack of Skeep Ribs and a mojito. That sounds delightful. Too many Banshees last runs. The Ascended one won't appear this one, but will the next 3. Making a lot of promises, please. I don't know if a lesson's been learned. Ribs in general. Yeah, Dex, you have well-constructed ribs. I'm not good at complimenting people. Spellcast increase gun damage enchant stack. No enchantment stack. If it's the same, like, exact enchantment, it won't stack. But you can have multiple enchants that trigger from the same thing. Like, you could have spellcast fire damage and spellcast frost damage, and you get both. But you can't have 2 of the same enchant, because you'll only get the effect of 1. So, like, if I had this spellcast melee in every slot, I'd still only get 1 of it. Is that a Mezcal Marg with lunch? Ooh, Mezcal's amazing. Makes sense, just checking? Yeah. I always get to the reroll and forget what my other pieces have. Can't check in the reroller. Same. I do that in Outriders too. Like, I just keep opening up 2 different menus because I can't look at all the details in one. Because I have a terrible memory. I should start hitting this one on my way in. Save me some time. Cube. Parts could be better though. Hey Shayon, how you doing? Keep on getting companion rings. I want to do something with companion rings. It's just, they're so awkward. Like, companion crit chance and damage just aren't really useful stats. Companion damage primary on rings is nice, because that does apply to, you know, Hydras and Pixies and that stuff. I don't love Pixies, but I do kind of want to do a Hydra build at some point, just proof of concept. So that would be nice there. It's just, companion damage is also one of those stats that's a lot easier to get from other sources, and it's weird. It's awkward. I don't know what quite to do with those yet. I'll have to put some bonking time aside for that. Companion Dark Magic, Companion Crit. Yeah, Companion Crit is... So, Companion Crit only applies to, the class feat companions. The Demi-Lich, the Wyvern, and the, why do I keep forgetting the other one? Oh, the Mushroom, because it's so forgettable. Because things can only scale off with one crit type. And Hydras are spells. Pixies are either guns or spells. The Dark Hydras from the Graveborn skill tree, yeah, those are ability. So, like, they all scale off of a different kind of crit. Not that one. Hey, Drasser, how you doing? So, companion crit chance and crit damage themselves don't apply to much. If you were trying to make a Wyvern or a Demi-Lich build, which I still do have plans to do a Demi-Lich build, then yeah, it's useful there. How can Pixies be either? So, Pixies from a Fear Knot are spell. Pixies from a Whatnot are guns. So, different guns. For spell builds, it's better to go for more Double Knot or more Blast Gasp without skill points from armor. I would say in that situation, Bubba, it'd be Blast Gasp, because that gets you down to the Graveborn Capstone as well, which gives you better uptime on Dark Hydras and Ascension, which is going to be more damage than the bottom of Spellshot Tree gives you in a spell build. So, Blast Gasp. Trying to curse you, I just cursed myself. Got a Primordial Ragnarok and Mage Staff. That is karma. Justice. Sorry for the flashing lights there. Also, me using Soaked on the boss in the first phase. Totally forgot I'm using a fire one, so I should not be doing that. I should unequip this if I'm using this fire weapon, in all honesty. I'll just put that there, so I don't try. You'll get Ascended Banshee this run. That's 2 people saying I will. I don't know. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. But we'll see. Maybe I'm a pessimist. Have to believe. Hydra's always skill companion crit? No, spell. Hydras are spells. So, Hydras from spells or guns, they scale with spell stuff. Hydras from the Dark Hydra skill in Graveborn Tree is ability. Hydras from the Snake Stick melee weapon are melee. Possible to respect the background? No. The only 2 things about your character you cannot change are your background and your primary class. You can change your secondary class, you can change your skill tree, change your hero points, but the background of the primary class are locked in. Over 60 rerolls now, my White Rider for the 2020 roll. Ooh. Hopefully it stops eluding you soon, Gage. That's pain. Let's try reverse psychology in the game. You will not get an Ascended Banshee this run. Okay, okay. I can get on more with this. I think I ran over a companion spreadsheet yesterday. Yes, it is, I should probably pin that in my own Discord. It is in the resources channel in the official Wonderlands server. Here, let me just grab it. I'll make a command for it right now while I'm thinking. One second. There we go. There we go. So yeah, there's the spreadsheet. If you want to see what companions scale with what, credit to Catchins, who's a regular both in our Discord and in the official Wonderlands Discord server. Is Village Idiot the best? Generally, yeah. They're all pretty minor. The Village Idiot is like the least minor, and the downsides from it are less impactful than that of the others. None of them matter too much. But generally speaking, Village Idiot's gonna give you the most. That gap will shrink as you gear up, but even with like max gear, it's still optimal to do so that way. Hydra melee build will be tough then if they all scale with different things. You could lean into one kind of Hydra. I'm a big fan of the Snake Stick if you're trying to do melee Hydra specifically. My Ghostblade build, in fact, currently uses the Snake Stick. And spends most of my time just swinging it around or shooting to debuff enemies as they take more damage from it and my Ghostblade. It's very viable, but I would recommend if doing a Hydra build to focus on one kind of Hydra. You want to buff either the melee ones or the spell ones. I would say the ability ones aren't really worth considering. Myth rank outscales it all in the end. I mean, in theory, eventually, yes. Yeah. I hate that I can't really argue with that, because you could just run around with thousands of percentages from myth rank. I think you can get... I saw somewhere myth rank caps out at 40,000, so you can get like 10,000% or something. You get several thousand. I suppose that's good for the power fantasy people. The Claw Stab all Hydra's thing, and there's so many things putting out damage, it would make the C35. I haven't tried to climb to 50 yet. The school of thought of brute forcing with a lot of instances of damage, that kind of lost a little bit of desirability with the contagion change, but there's still things that do lend themselves to that. Example, Barbalode is still one of them. You can still do some impactful Barbalode stuff by just throwing a bunch of instances at the wall. Clawgrave, don't know why I said stab. Clawgrave. Yeah, same stuff. My Contagion build was Stab Grave and used a lot of Hydras for extra instances. See, me not having that launcher equipped helped me there, because I was going to debuff the statue, and didn't at the last second, because it's a live wire now. The gun, not the statue. The statue is still a statue, not a live wire. Let's go on Burr and Grave. Burr Grave would be pretty good for melee Hydras, yeah. I would personally strongly recommend Sabo, because a lot of outlets for melee damage, and you also get Alchemical Agent, which is really nice. One thing I never managed to add to is the armor teleports and Hydras. I want Head of the Snake to work, but I can't justify it over... Because, like... Do I have a snake stick on me? I do. Okay, these Hydras last 6 seconds. And you can only have 3. But you can spawn another one and it'll just overwrite the oldest one. So if you're using your actual melee weapon to attack, you're constantly moving Hydras to you anyway, you know? The capstones of the myth rank trees can go up almost indefinitely? Yeah. I personally have chosen to self-impose a cap of 20 in each, so that works out to 480 myth rank. You see, I have 255 unspent points. It's just my personal decision. T3 in Wonderlands, yeah, Kyler. Probably a little too cheeky. Of course. Of course. I can't reliably hit those guys. I mean, not try. Huh, she lost sight of me. I gotta do some deep diving into which attacks bosses can lose track of you during, because it's not an immediately obvious thing, but Waster, Drill, and Banshee, depending on when you use From the Shadows, you can consistently make them forget you're in the arena. I just don't know which attacks to do it for Banshee. Got about 100 Moon Orbs in the overworld for a random counter on C0. What difficulty? Are you on Relaxed, Balanced, or Intense? Because that also affects it. Intense gives you more. Primordial Spellblade. Not a good hope mode. You direct me to a guide or sheet for crossbow weapons. What specifically do you need to know about them? I don't know of a sheet for that, but maybe I can help provide some direct insight. I keep getting boinking White Riders. Balance not tested on Intense? Okay. Thank you, thank you. All data is good data. They've used From the Shadows right after that last wave. She forgets you're there. I'll have to try that out, Fatal. Have to give that a shot. Okay, I was told this would be Ascended stuff. Weapons are best for melee builds for starters. As in guns? I really like the Scalawag, because it has a 25% blade, so that's just 25% in your regular melee damage category, just for holding the gun. But it also can get melee crossbolts, and decent duration ones. Depending on weapon type, crossbolts have different durations, and it even varies within manufacturer and specific parts there. But this melee crossbolts section, this is its own part of the melee damage formula, so it's hugely impactful. It just multiplies the rest of it. It's very, very, very good. Also, Scalawags can come elemental, have a good fire rate, and can get 2 projectiles per shot. And also, Skulldugger crossbow barrel pistols, they home in on enemies. So just very, very, very good in general. This is my go-to for most melee stuff. Holding a live wire for melee swings is still a thing people do. It's still very, very, very powerful, despite the reduction in its strength by a little bit. You could use Soot Cough black powder pistols. You could use a Tootherator sniper rifle to apply some melee crossbolts. Those are all options. You could just go for a double-bladed Skulldugger pistol, which would have 40% melee instead of the 25. Other manufacturers can get either 15 or up to 30 or some weird number for one black powder thing. But Skulldugger gets the most. On my first playthrough, I just hit 40. I haven't finished story yet. Is it better to finish story before exploring more areas? It depends on you, Douglas. You'll get quest rewards at level 40 now that you're at max level, and that could be nice. You do get a guaranteed gift of this armor. It won't be necessarily these stats, this roll, or anything, but you do get an amnesia for finishing the story. So having that on level could be really nice for your progression. if you run a build that could benefit from it, among other things. Extra melee on guns also apply to something like Dreadwind? Yes. Yes, it does. Hey Ewok, how you doing? Hope you're well. Lots to learn, having a lot of fun so far. I understand the hate. People like to hate new things, Douglas. That's... We talked about that a bit earlier. It's unfortunate that some people construct their entire internet personas around being unwilling to give things a chance, but it's how it is. We try to be more positive and constructive and thoughtful around here. And I'm proud of us for that. It was awesome, so many things possible. Yeah, the possibilities are really what scratched that part of my brain for me. I just like having build options, and this game does that. Build options with lots of different stuff to farm for, lots of different stuff to test those builds against. It's a good time for me. Jinx's story also gives you access to rerolling enchantments, changing your secondary class. Yes. Very useful bits of experimentation. Alright, Fleece, you were correct. You were correct. This time. It's not elemental with Echo, though, but still, Ascended Banshee. This is my first Ascended Banshee. Really liking how weapons manufacture is different than BO3. All of a sudden I like torque shotguns, who knew? Yeah, yeah. $24.99 damage. It's a lot of damage. Hey Felicia, how you doing? And we didn't get a Primordial Mage Staff. I think the curse has been broken. Why do I talk? Why do I talk? I tempt fate. If I had waited 2 seconds. Mage Staff be made any good? With a lot of investment into things that would just also make other things better. But yeah. Alright, give me a couple minutes, chat. We're gonna take another break. I think we're gonna stream long today. I'm gonna keep going. Normally I would end in 14 minutes, but I'm gonna go a little longer. I should take care of some stuff real quick. So, another 3-minute ad break. BRB.
Okay, I am back. How we doing? Kind of bullshit you can't make any good words with just the center row of a keyboard. I disagree. You can make, well, J-Bridge got the important one. You gotta ask. You can make salad. You can make gas. You can make ass and gas. Let me not get distracted by my keyboard. I'm unintelligent sometimes. I'm a simple man. I like memes. Alright, so we got that Ascended Banshee. Do we try it out? The survivability isn't going to be great because we lose Vampire. And Vampire for meleeing on C50 is like really important. But then again, this is 700 more damage. So let's at least try to roll a good enchant onto the Banshee. It makes sense to go through the story on easy difficulty, just speed off the process. Enemies feel bullet spongy and normal. If the enemies feel bullet spongy to you on normal, then I'd say bumping down to easy would be good for your enjoyment in the moment. But if you plan on turning it back up later, then it's kind of kicking the can down the road. There's nothing stopping you from turning it down from balance to relaxed and just enjoying the game on that indefinitely, turning it up way down the line when you feel like you're too powerful. We have a lot of tools to control difficulty in this game. You've got the in-game difficulty slider in the menu, then you've got your chaos tier after you beat the story, and then you've got curses within the chaos chamber. So you've got lots of control. Play where you're most comfortable, be my advice. Play where you're most comfortable. Worry about increasing when you feel too strong. If you want to get through the story faster, then yeah, going on relaxed would make it a little bit faster. I'm personally a gameplay guy, so if I was trying to go through the story as fast as possible, I would do that, because I prioritize the endgame. That's just me personally. But as far as my own personal preference in terms of gameplay, I just leave it on intense because I can't be bothered. I like a max challenge with endgame, and I don't bother changing for other things. Alright, we got the contact swing fast. Alright, I can put this back on, because Soaked will help the Enrage bonus element. Guess we try to roll the body rune. That's a good enchant, but not for this build. Start the game in Intense. Honestly, I find it easier than BL3 normal. Intense is interesting. It's more difficult than the difficulty menu option of those in Borderlands 3, which all that did was give you damage reduction on easy mode. That's it. Intense in this game, I can just pull it up for you guys. It makes you do less damage. It makes you take more damage because enemies do more, and it also changes elemental matchups a bit. So depending on your difficulty, the least favorable matchup for each of the core elements gets worse. So for example, Cryo on Flesh is only 70% of your damage on Intense, whereas it's 80 on Balanced and it's 90 on Relaxed. So matching elements is the biggest part of where Intense matters, and also enemy damage. So this compounds very heavily with higher chaos tiers. So at C50 Intense, enemies are just gonna smack you. You're just gonna die very easily, which is part of why I consider this build successful, because I'm able to tank that and do actual melee combat with the maximum possible enemy damage. Let's see how this upgrade treats us. I've not used an Ascended Banshee before. It's my first one. I'm so excited. Doesn't have my ideal hilt mod, so I'm probably gonna die more, but I want to see how dead the enemies get. Oh, that was a big hit. Hang on. It feels significantly stronger already.
700 base damage. Like, that's a pretty big jump, enough to overcome the element thing. But I don't like not having healing. At least not as much healing. I really wish it had Vampire. I really wish it had Vampire. For bosses, I'm still gonna have to pull the Vampire ones out. But this does feel strong. Oh, Fire Friend, I'll save you by clearing the room. What do you mean side objective failed? I want to recount. Oh, I guess I died too. It's my penance. Did a room without my armor on, didn't notice? Nice. Ascended gear will surely make you a better player and let you hit enemies better. Accurate. Wonder how much of the enemies hit too hard to C50 crowd would feel different if they bump down to balance. I'm sure some of them are playing unbalanced, J-Bridge. It's not unreasonable. The people saying enemy damage is too high at C50 aren't being unreasonable. It is perhaps slightly higher than it needs to be. Just because I'm able to play through it and have adjusted accordingly doesn't mean it needs to be that way. I know a lot of people suggested enemy damage going up by 2% rather than 4%. I'm an oddball. I'd say I'd be okay with it going up by 3%, because I don't think it needs to drop that much. So how does Alchemical Agent work with a non-elemental weapon? What element does it pick? Does it just not do one? I've never thought about this. I suppose the bonus elements will apply their dots, maybe? But, like, I've never thought about this. People just need to get good. I wouldn't put it that way. In some areas, maybe. Sure. But honestly, there's a lot of builds that are rendered a little less enjoyable because of the magnitude of enemy damage. There's a lot of multi-class options that you simply do not have survivability tools without giving up your playstyle. For something like this, I have options. But let's say you're a spell shot stab-o gun build. You're just gonna be squishy. You don't have any real way of stopping that from being the case. Your only option is to kill better, which long-term flak player in Borderlands 3. I know the struggle. That's just what I do because I like it that way. But not everyone wants to do that, you know. Always demanded some survivability to build. Borderlands did, but what Borderlands also had, at least in 2 and 3, most notably, was lifesteal. This game does not have lifesteal. Also, in this game that wasn't in Borderlands 3, enemy damage goes up at endgame. In Borderlands 3, max difficulty enemies did the same exact damage they did as Mayhem 0 enemies. Same exact damage. That's not the case in this game. So it's a bit different, and this game doesn't have lifesteal, which I think is a good thing. Lifesteal is actively stopping people from having to learn how to survive in the game. So we have a more skilled player base now, due to that. I think that's good. It doesn't need to be cool. I don't mind the enemy damage, but do I think it needs to be where it is? No. I think a laser hand, I love it. It's a very enjoyable, flavorful spell. The buff did it a lot of justice. Feels good to use now. Play balance, not ashamed of it. Play it intense right now, I'd probably be too frustrated. Yeah, there should never be difficulty level shaming. Like, it doesn't matter if you play relaxed C0 or intense C50. Your difficulty choice is not any more or less valid than anyone else's. It is completely elective, and you should play on the one where you have the most fun. Simple as that. There is no content locked behind a particular difficulty in this game. It is just convenience or personal satisfaction. That's it. And I think that's good game design. My cat. Honestly disagree. I think learning how to use the Grog properly and having to have a utility offhand for healing is way more skillful. It wasn't, though, because it was literally do damage while holding that gun. There's no skill curve to using the Grog nozzle. It was just hold that gun and do an amount of damage. When players do millions of damage and have tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of health, even getting a fraction of a percent lifesteal was a full heal on any instance of damage, and that reached a critical point in Borderlands 3, where any character with lifesteal just had to damage an enemy one time, with a dot, with a gun, with a grenade, with a pet, doesn't matter. If you had lifesteal, it would just full heal you. It became the meta for Moze players to heal off of sprinting for 1 frame while they had a dot on one enemy. Because of lifesteal. Lifesteal just, not skill-based and suppressed creativity, and Gearbox noticed that, so it's absent from this game. Tried a Reviver spell since the buff? I haven't, but I want to do some Ambi-Hex Reviver. That sounds like a good time. What's your build? I can go over it in the loot room for you at the end of the run, if you'd like, Zachariah. But this is my Melee Frost Shiver. I swing big greatsword, I stick a bunch of crossbolts in enemies, I light them on fire so that they take even more melee damage, and it's a good time. I see lots of flashing lights and big explosions. Seems to not budge. I wasn't really being hit there. And I have a decent amount of healing. This skill is actually better than it tells you. It gives missing health regen, but while you're enraged, it also gives max health regen. So it's enough to fight most status effects by itself. It's quite nice. It's also in Diablo 3, and they reduced lifesteal from level 60 to 70 from 100 to 0, and you had to use life on hit instead. Life on hit's a much more intuitive thing, because it's not percent of damage dealt, it's a stat you had to stack up. I still stand by that change. What do you think, Lukosius? I remember that too. Be cool if you could pick between 2 portals for your boss. That'd be interesting. Like, if you don't want to do a meld, you could do a different one. That's fair. Just me, or does melee feel very stiff with this game? Stiff how? So, like, in terms of just raw hit the button, make thing happen, a cool thing we have is, like, I'm holding the button down right now. That's not something we had in any Borderlands game. I can just hold the button down and keep swinging at my max swing speed, which is very comfortable. I think melee would be extremely stiff if that wasn't an option. In terms of accessing some enemies, it still can be stiff. Yeah, you got me there, Bassamillion. But, I do like the flow when you're weaving together guns and action skills and spells with melee. Something about that is hypnotic to me. I'm a bit weird. I'm always more enamored by the non-gun mechanics in looter shooters than the gun mechanics. Added aim assist is kind of oof. You mean the lunge? If you use a greatsword, you don't have the lunge. Greatswords trade the lunge for having a cleave. So I don't love the lunge either. It's another reason I like using greatswords. Surviving pretty well without Vampire. Better than I thought, but there's going to be some situations where that's not going to be true. Different weapons also swing differently? Yeah. Axes and commas are a little more particular about locking onto things. I find that I get stuck in animations I don't want to be in more with those weapons. Great swords feel the smoothest to me. Bonk sticks are okay. I think a Spellshock Greyborn good a combination for spells? Yeah. Yeah, it's the most popular combination for spellcasting builds is Spellshock Greyborn. That is what my pure caster build is as well, Sakurai. Cut off stream's a bit delayed, what'd you say again? I was asking about how you think about the life steal to life on hit meta shift. Hey Dame, thank you so much for the raid. Good to see ya. Chat. If you guys don't follow Dame, you should change that, because she plays all sorts of games, is better at video games than me, and just has excellent taste in consuming media. Just good game choices, and I never have enough time to watch, because we stream the same hours. But thank you so much for bringing your people over here, Dame, I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Half-Life 2 Episode 2? Nice. Little secret here, and don't let Mitsu hear this. I never got fully into Half-Life, and I've never played Half-Life 2. Don't tell. Random beloved games ago, just get Portal first playthrough, now run through Half-Life. Nice. I need to tackle my games backlog, honestly. Just did it, so I 100% get you. There's so many games, old and new, just finding the time to devote to all of them is so difficult. ...2022 is setting my backlog back like another 2 years. It's just obnoxious. How dare they release all these good games that I have an interest in. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Quack. I do build stuff in Wonderlands, Borderlands, Outriders, Godfall. I like looter shooters and looters with build crafting, so I'm doing that. We're doing some melee on Chaos 50 from the featured run. Hi Gloop, bye Gloop, thanks for the free crystals. It do be like that. Recommend going for Black Mesa if you never really get to Half-Life 1, played that instead, $5 in summer sale. Oh, that's the remake. Remaster? Remake, remaster? What's the line for that? How do we quantify that? Fan remake, okay. I've heard nothing but good things about Black Mesa. I'll have to do that. I think I saw a clip of one of the boss fights. I'm not overly familiar. Are you gonna take damage? No, you are taking damage. I just had bad damage. Out of curiosity, what are your key bindings for spell ability and melee? I'm using F for ability while playing spell shot with channel cast, augment movement. I have action skill on F, melee on B. I have spell on a mouse button. So the one right behind my push to talk. Like my front mouse button that I'm holding down right now is my push to talk, and then the back one is my my spell cast. Crouch is on C. Half-Life 2 is the first game I bought on Steam. Ooh, what was the first game I bought on Steam? That's a good question. Is there a way to see that in your Steam library? Melee and B seems super awkward. I just kind of got used to it. It is awkward, but from years of games with that binding, I'm just used to it. Count details? Okay. I'll have to check that out. I don't Steam much. Yep. if I had to wager a guess, it'd probably be Dragon Age Origins, because I have the physical copy of Dragon Age Origins Ultimate Edition, and it got put into my Steam. Probably that. Okay, I don't know how this is gonna do against Banshee. We'll find out, I guess. Not bad. Not bad at all. Man, the jump from Volatile to Ascended is kinda crazy. Is it bad that this just makes me want that perfect upgrade more? Because this is how good a subpar Ascended is. It'd be so much better. Oh, you would do that right now. Toxic. That was a little awkward. I do miss having Vampire. It's not necessary for this run, but if I was to fight, say, Drill, I'd probably want to go back to Vampire. A mouse with 6 buttons on the side, map, spell, action, skill, reload, melee to 4 of them. I tried to get into having those many button mouse setups back when I did MMO stuff years ago. But I just couldn't. It's too much. I'm too awkward with, like, fine motor coordination with that hand. Hey, Synergy, how you doing? I have a Naga Trinity that's 12. Yeah, I could never handle more than 3. That's aggravating. Who did this? Who did this? Happy Friday, how's the Quag? Quag's doing great. Quag's having a good day. Except for this. I cannot handle this. Banshee is $24.99. Who did that? Something about that is less problematic. I don't know. Leave me alone. Make that shit 1,000, right? Better than 666. Volatile Fear Knots with certain parts get 666, please. So, do I go greedy and hope for a second Ascended Banshee in back-to-back runs? Is that too greedy? This one or next. Okay, okay. You're my good luck charm, please. Hope the 999 weapon is the most annoying thing to happen to any of us today. Wholesome. Always have a wholesome spin on it. Never change. On my mouse, I have melee crouch, weapons 1 to 4, spell ability, auto clicker, still 3 buttons left. I'm gonna be honest, Itsukato, I thought that said melee crotch. I was like, you have melee crotch on your mouse button? That's a keybind? My brain no worky so good. God damn it. None of you say anything. Nothing. What is it with Mage Staff and just invading my life? It barely breaks 1,000 damage. It's got decent crit chance. But like... It's less than half the damage of a Banshee, with the same swing speed, the same crit profile. Yeah, I have been able to decide if I want the Mage Staff to get buffed. I think I do now. Seeing it at Ascended, like, I think I do. It's me getting ASMDs in BL3 all the time. At one point, they did re-weight some of the drops, because certain sniper rifles had been very common in BL3. They did eventually change that a bit. I want to say it was Woodblocker and Malik's Bane that were too common. I could be way off base there, but it was some sniper rifles. Buffing won't matter if the special effect doesn't work. With Storm Surge, yeah, bug fix that, but Mage Staff is just a matter of number could go up. But the Archmage on the Mage Staff won't even trigger in the figure set. Hilt mods only trigger when you do this. It needs to physically bonk into something. Now, you can still physically hit with a Mage Staff while also getting the projectiles at that same target. Just gotta be close. So this does mean Mage Staff can trigger Blast Chill and Blast Gas against the same target with the same swing. Which is kind of a fun little factoid. Sustaining without Vampire is so much more stressful. Staff is great for barrel trolling your friends. I believe it, Horseman. I believe it. Would blockers used to be Rain in BL3? Yeah. Twin Soul is the only thing that gets 2 health mods. Paladin Sword gets Rampage and Warrior, but it doesn't vary. It's just those two. In terms of, you know, mix and match your own, yeah, that's the whole gimmick of the Twin Soul. The only two things it has that are unique are that it's got that, and it's got very fast swing speed. But that swing speed might not be exclusive to Twin Soul. That might be possible on purples of that weapon type. I don't recall. Twin Soul just has good stats. Like, it's got the fastest swing speed of any weapon. It also has pretty good crit chance. Elemental flexibility, hilt mod flexibility. It's just a good item. I'm really glad it's in the featured. I suppose Barbalode is feeding into Echo here, so Echo's not the worst thing in the world. So Ragna Chaotic with Amp and Echo. Maybe I'll switch out Amp for Vampire. Yeah, that's a good idea. I haven't checked my my Mistdancer in a while, but I'm pretty sure the Twin Soul Amp and Echo I have on that one isn't a 1.94 swing speed, so I could upgrade that. Something for me to look into. And a thought did just occur to me with this. Echo can trigger Barbalode, so you can get a massive Barbalode from a big ol' Echo. And then that Barbalode triggered from the Echo would feed into your next Echo. Huh. I shouldn't have thought about that. Our first crab's resistant immune to sanity. Sometimes they just seem to not take damage. They might have a dark magic thing. I don't know. I just hit them more until they die. I'm usually screaming in fear at the time as well. It's fatal. So the whole experience isn't very coherent for me. Another great thing about greatswords, I know, I should make a list. They can stagger enemies very easily. They're heavy. This even applies to some bosses. You can stagger Wastard and Dragonlord with greatswords. Relatively easily, just depends on which animations they're doing. And basic enemies, including badasses, get staggered pretty easily. So you can interrupt the big swings from trolls and Oathkeepers. Big hunk of metal to the face will do that. Oh yeah, I was gonna go over the build after the last run. Basically, I'll give an audio overview. This is a Frost Shiver that goes down to Stabomancer Capstone, and then Relentless Rage in the other tree. So what I'm doing is I'm shooting the enemy to apply a bunch of crossbolts, and I'm lighting them up with Inflammation. That's giving me a lot of chances to trigger Executioner's Blade, which is the Stabo Capstone. Executioner's Blade scales its damage based off of the base damage of your melee weapon. So we're using a Banshee, which is very high base damage, and we're swinging that. This Scalawag is Cryo, so it dealing damage is stacking up Icebreaker. It's also applying melee crossbolts, which increase the damage of everything I do that is classified as melee. And it's also priming targets for my Barbalode Amulet, which makes anything that has crossbolts in it means I can ricochet damage off of them, essentially. Nothing of interest. Laser Hand. Good enchant, but not cast here. I don't know how the most harmless enemies on paper, crabs, are the worst enemy types, Evil-Eyed Curse. I like that they're actually threatening enemies, though. There's a common thing you'll hear when people are confronted with difficulty in games or problematic enemies. They'll be like, "Oh man, I wish you'd just give them new attacks." That's the response to if they increase HP. So then in Wonderlands they're like, "Hey, okay, we'll give this enemy a ton of different mechanics." And people are like, "No, I hate it." Like, no, what you hate is difficulty. I love that enemies in this game are capable of ringing my bell. Hey Twisted Grin, welcome back. Enchants like Anointments in BL3, they get active when I swap weapons? Yes, so you only get the enchantment of the gun you're currently holding, your melee weapon, your ward, and your spell. If you're a spell shot with Ambi-Hex, you get 2 spells. So of these 4 slots, only one will be active at a time. But everything else will be active as you hit the appropriate conditions. Crabs are the reason I always carry a Sword Explosion. That is a funny sentence out of context. I don't mind the damage enemies put out, the way they jump around unnecessarily. I wish they toned back the knockback. That's fair, Jester. I can't argue with that. Especially if you're doing certain things such as Dreadwind builds. Dreadwind, you have enough problems, like survivability, locking yourself down to a very limited set of, controls. I don't think the knockback needs to be there either. That's more than fair. Wait for 2 hours, Quack's still alive. I'm feeling it today. Fever. We also got a raid from Dane, and I try to not end right after someone trusts me with their community, It's not the only reason, though. Just, I'm feeling it today. Also, July is the month of Quag securing the bread. Acquiring the sire, if you will. You must acquire the sire. So going a little longer helps my income. Vibin's a powerful motivator. It is. Speaking of Vibin, that's the enchant I'm trying to roll for. I don't have any with it, but Desperate is that enchant prefix. Vibin is the full health one. I want that. That'd be more for a vampire setup, but I want it. You have activate spellcast and swap weapon effects on. If that enchant is on your weapon, yes. If that enchant is on another slot, no. But people still do tend to target spellcast enchants on their weapons when it's feasible and practical, in their builds, because spells have shorter cooldowns than action skills. On average, at least. I think it's a bit easier to maintain for most builds. How are we doing on money? We have not made much doing this feature. Still, slow progression. I think we've made like 10 mil today? Something like that? I don't know why, but I could see it being in a party talking Wonderlands and someone doubled back to here and for crabs that carry Sword Explosion around. I can see that too. Primordial time skip with spell charge. That's tempting. I want to do something with time skip. I don't quite know what. I was underwhelmed by the damage last time I messed with it, but there's always more investment available. I'm not willing to write it off yet. Hey, Rectangle. How you doing? So many lights. Nasty spell is rude. The healing from Unyielding plus Body Rune, though, that's doing a pretty good job of keeping me alive against enemies that don't have, like, huge spike attacks, you know? Like, if that was a troll, I'd be super dead at the moment. And if I keep stepping a Nasty spell because I'm an unintelligent human being, I'll also be dead. Yeah, how close are we on the channel points goal there? 94% with a week left. Well, yeah, that's definitely happening. I was prepared. How am I gonna handle Banshee with this weapon? This might get me more bang for my buck. Probably just still go this route, though. Handle her by being ascended? Ah, yes. That's the trick, huh? Maybe the real Banshee strat was the friends we made along the way. was a solid hit. I could see the little spike from Echo. Okay, it's not a bad strat. Build up some dots and then go in for the Echo. I'll take it. Volatile with Warrior. Still worth picking up. Could make a use for that, I think. Warrior's a very good hilt mod. You quick, you really believe we can get 6% in 6 streaming days? They think it was too highly. You guys were crushing like 5% a day for a bit. I love getting to the vendor as it's about to roll over. More bang for my proverbial buck. Too cocky? A little bit. A little bit. We start the day at 20%. I was gonna say, what? And that still doesn't make any more sense to me. Maybe my brain is fried. Have to use reverse psychology for this, it worked last time. Oh yeah, yeah. I hope I get another Ascended Mage Staff. I've gotten an Ascended Storm Surge and an Ascended Mage Staff now. Also 2 Ascended Fire Frying Pans, 1 Ascended Non-Elemental Banshee. I got an Ascended Fatebreaker. I have an Ascended Pincushion. I don't think I've gotten an Ascended Ragnarok yet. I should not have said that out loud. Uh-oh. 10% left? Oh, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think so. Because the way I mathed out the goal was, I planned it so you guys would have about 1 extra day. But, despite the fact that I only stream 6 days a week, and a couple days behind, you guys had a couple days which were so ridiculously ahead, and then you had that bonus day where my stream disconnected, so you got to donate twice. So you're like 5 days ahead instead of 1. Oh yeah, let me check the vendor. Good mag size, but no crit parts, no ×2. And not max damage. You can tell because we had another one that was higher. Not a good haul this run. Very not good. 12% spell bleed. Okay, I think 12 is the max crit spell bleed you can get. I haven't seen above that. Heard you like solid batteries? I do, but I want good ones. Primordial with Vampire would be ideal, but, you know, never lucky. Just under Moon Orb cap. Like to see that. Am I really gonna use that time skip? I could just get a better one. I can get a better one. Let me sell that. I picked up this Miasmic Mail because the passives go pretty well with this, but the skills are quite bad.
Imbued Weapon is like Spellshot's worst skill, and Ancestral Frost is Berserker's worst skill. You know, I guess I could just not care about that and take the slight damage bump with the good stats and the decent armor effect. Melee damage, melee crit chance, ward capacity is really, really good for Berserker. Because, keep in mind, ward capacity feeds very well into unarmored defense. Because you get that conversion, half of your ward for 3 times that value in health. So I guess I'll hold on to that, because I'm a hoarder and I have a problem. Ah yeah, we gotta send a Diamond Guard, forgot about that. Get rid of that one. That too. Skills don't mean a lot of C50. Some skills do. Example, Icebreaker is the other skill that could have rolled on that, and Icebreaker is a fresh multiplier with everything else in the game. That's a lot. More. Boosting skills you won't otherwise take. That's fair. Yeah. Trying to itemize off-stream Wonderland stuff I have to do. I do want to do Ghostblade at C50. It's gonna take 2 hours to climb, though. Ish. You know, give or take. So, I don't know if that's stream content or not. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, I keep forgetting shell casing is sick now. It's 66% right? Yeah, I'm sure I could use that for some builds. What Threads of Fate count as a companion? It wouldn't really change things up too much. I suppose that would mean it would get companion damage in its formula, which could make it quite good as a damage dealing spell. But this is a hypothetical, right? It doesn't actually count as companion. We're not having vampire slugs. I'll just kill him with damage. It's okay. Yeah, this is very glass cannon-y right now. Glass, I suppose, isn't the right word, but it's more fragile than this build normally is. I don't know if I could justify not having this ascended level of damage, though. I might have played myself. I might be addicted. Yeah, okay. What just happened there was scary. That was Contagion, Barbaload, and I think a Barbaload off of Echo
with the Banshee projectile critting and applying Alchemical Agent. So that's why Taskmaster melted so fast there. Just a lot of stuff. Hey, Stone Swan. What do you think? Barbalode Echo. Sufficiently cursed? He's got Trust in Magic now at 53k wards. He's in a 1.9 pickaxe with Vampire Health. Let's go, Fatal. You are immortal. Feeling pretty smooth. The flow. I think it was Black Panther mentioned earlier. The flow of this build is very addictive. Excited to find out about the Blightcaller action skills and tree. Any speculation of class skills based on theme? They mentioned something about summoning spirits and using totems or something like that. Or no, summoning spirits and like poison storms or something. And then the concept art they showed looked to have some kind of totem thing. So those are probably action skills, because they promoted the other ones by talking about their action skills, right? That's what each of those class-focused trailers were. Ooh, what if we get a trailer in the style of the other classes? Those were so fun to watch. What element would you like the next Ascended Banshee to be? Cryo or Fire would be preferable. Either of those. Cryo because of my gear, Fire because it would be better. Hey, Psychomax, thank you so much for the 2 months. I appreciate it, thank you. Hope you continue to enjoy the perks, emotes, ad reviewing, sub badge, faster channel point acquisition, all the good stuff. Thank you so much. Sorry to be poison now. I don't mind. Poison so more useful than non-elemental. It's lower base, but I get elemental stuff in formula. 1.94 Twin Soul, but it's Rampage Amp. No thank you. Ampage? Ramp? Doesn't matter, not taking it. Oh, so Blightcaller gonna be a poison necromancer type thing? Certainly sounds that way. Like a shaman witch doctor type deal as well. I'm here for it. Sounds cool. My biggest wish for Blightcaller is I just wanted to play meaningfully different than other classes. I want the action skills to feel unique. I want the in-tree stuff to get me thinking in unconventional ways. Like, I don't even care if it's good. That's the beautiful thing. Like, in this hypothetical, they could totally screw the pooch on balance, and I'd still be cool with it, because I just want it to be different. We have more than enough tools in our toolbox, and remember that skill trees currently, in terms of raw stats, are the least impactful part of your build. Myth rank and gear do more. You could, if you squint, make the argument that enchantments are less of your build than skill tree, but I'd say that'd be the only thing that's less important to the build than skill tree. Stop it, game. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. When will it end? It's the curse of the mage staff. I will never be free. If user equals quag, then drop staff. Yep. Quag mage at this point? Honestly, maybe. Maybe. Oh, ISB, you good, homie? The mage staff is affecting my connection. You love to see it. This is where it ends, all because of the mage staff. Game's telling you to make a build using only the mage staff. I tried that and like it works. Or at least this was at C35. It's probably not doing nearly as well at C50, but it's just not fun, I guess is the way I would put it. Like, the way you get Mage Staff to do decent damage is double knot from the shadows. So on every hit of the fissures, they will crit, which makes double knot happen, and then double knot will also crit. But, you know, with that multi-class alone and the necessary gear for that, there's already many more powerful things you could be doing, so I'm just kind of like, eh. Game's getting you back for calling it boring? Probably. It's vengeance. I am surprised at how well I'm doing without Vampire here. I have to test this in a run where I elite everything though, because I'm just doing normal runes at the moment. Elite enemies hit harder and survive longer, which have more opportunities to hit me. So I think Vampire would be more important there. This game actually bugged. Use a Quake and Sunder and a good melee weapon. Now you've got the good version of a mage staff. You're not incorrect. These Executioner Blades with this Ascended Banshee are super strong, I gotta say. Of course, Mountain Trolls still do enough damage. C50 go through 50k, 53k ward in one hit. Yeah, Fatal. I was doing all elite runs back when I still used Deathless on this build, And for science, I took alter buffs to have the ward and HP increases. So I had 90k wards, 90k, with the old ways for damage reduction, my skill tree, this thing over here. Through that, Mountain Trolls could still one-shot. Just one hit. So I don't know the amount of effective HP you need to tank those, but it is absolutely not an amount that is feasible to obtain. So I prefer tanking through other means, such as currently it's the don't get hit strategy, with occasional healing from killing. Before I got this Banshee, it was the Vampire and base tank forever strategy. Couldn't remember if I hit that or not. Wait for my cooldown. Not gonna guess, but I hope you get one this run. The hope has died, I see. Despite what you say. It's okay, I understand. You've given up on me. You don't believe in me anymore. You don't believe in me or the power of my streamer luck. It's okay, I don't either. Twister with spell charge is always cool to see. It's nice that doing all curses, no elites, not even hardest curses, still gets you a decent amount of crystals. Not hugely efficient for time spent, but could be worse. 400 damage exactly, that's satisfying. And it rolls over in 20 seconds. Beautifully timed. Taps out the game to say I believe. I appreciate you, Douglas. Oh, I'm out of coffee. I've been out of coffee for a while. I forgot. Good mag. 1 crit part. Times 1. And only chaotic. Sad. Primordial Deathless. Only 1 in magic bullets. It tried. Market this as the hunt for the perfect Banshee? I'd rather not. Because I don't want perfect. I just want correct. Alright, let's see what we got here. Want me to write 1 out of 3 so far? That's more than I've been right. The hunt for adequacy. Would that be adequaggy? I like it. Random numbers. I like it.
Yeah, I'm a utilitarian at heart, so perfect isn't interesting. It'd be cool if it was there, but that's not the goal. I want good enough. That's why I'm using this Ascended that we got. Not the hilt mod I wanted, not the element I wanted, but good enough. It's a form of reverse psychology. The game will think it's trolling you with drops that are just off. Yeah. Yep. I can see it. Saw Mage Staff fly by? No, you didn't. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Welcome back, New Maximan. How's your artwork? All the SDUs now, and with that, all the achievements in the game as well. Totally didn't take forever. It's nice to have something to progress towards. How we doing? The game is trolling us terribly. We did finally get an Ascended Banshee. Non-elemental with Echo. So almost 2,500 damage. It's hitting pretty hard. It's feeling good. We also got an Ascended Mage Staff, immediately followed by a Primordial Mage Staff, because my life is a joke. Hot and annoying but productive. Hey, I'm hot and annoying but productive. At least there's no, I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna wait a second. I'm gonna wait a second. Quite chat. No, that just confuses me more, Jaybridge. That's what I said. So wait, are you saying yes, you? I'm confused. Not a great haul in this one either. Oh well. Hey Snowspawn, how you doing? Is Blue Cake good? You can make it do damage. It's awkward, is the thing with the Blue Cake. So, after a certain distance of the projectile traveling, it splits into more, and then splits into more again. So if you're at the right range, it's just a ton of rockets that do good damage. And launchers in this game apply strong status effects as well. So it's good, but very conditional on range. It's very hard to use. Hard to the point where generally not worth using. But the damage is there if you hit the range properly. Okay, so we made like 20 mil today. Farming just this featured. Didn't have much luck with the wheel with the few leftover souls we had. I gotta do more soul farming. But I think this is a good stopping point. I think it's a good stopping point. I'm all at energy. We did an extra hour today, and that felt good. Trying to work my way up into doing longer streams throughout the month, and also we're doing that 24 once you guys hit the goal. Not right away, but if you guys hit the goal, I'll schedule a time for the 24-hour stream. But that's going to be it for today. Thank you so much for hanging out, everyone. Thank you for all the raids, all the love, lots of gift subs, bits, and new friends today. It's all appreciated. I'm going to find somewhere for us to go. But I want to thank you guys so much for hanging out. Got lots of cool stuff coming. I'll be, some point in the near future, giving away some copies of Wonderlands for Steam. Celebrate the Steam release. Thanks to 2K providing that. Tomorrow, I'll be streaming Outriders. I'll be giving away a copy of
the game Outriders with World Slayer expansion, thanks to Square Enix. If you want to purchase either of these games, Wonderlands or Outriders, through my affiliate links to support me, there's the commands are in the title. They work in the Discord and in the chat even when I'm offline. So if you ever need them, they're there. Lazy's playing some Monster Hunter Rise. Mr. J's on some Paper Mario. Tizzle's playing Bastion. Birdman's playing Outriders. Pascaroni's on Division. Let's go to Birdman. It's been a minute since we rated Birdman. Let's go say hi. He's playing some Outriders. He has drops on, so if you're looking for some extra loot and currency inside Outriders just for watching and supporting, then that's something you can get. He's playing Devastator. That's my character of choice as well. He's very knowledgeable on the game, the mechanics, the class. So give him lots of love. I will see you guys around. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I hope to see you tomorrow. If variety is not your thing, then more Wonderlands on Monday. Have a good rest of your day and weekend. Bye-bye. Quag chat is the raid message, by the way. Yeah, do that. Okay, take it easy, everyone.
What I mean by the bounties and the hunts.